You know very well that on that bill, you wrote to me, and I dutifully invited you to the Speaker's chamber. And I told you that as the Speaker of the House, I was not going to allow that bill to go beyond my desk. And I gave you the reasons. And those powers are vested in the Speaker. I don't want to air those reasons here. And I told you, go and take your bill, address the issues the Speaker was concerned about. I'm the custodian of all the bills that come to this House. And I told you why I disallowed that bill. On the two other bills that are on the order paper today, if you had looked at the order paper, the chairperson of the departmental committee is tabling reports on those two other bills. So there is progress. That it has been delayed is regrettable, I agree with you, but there's progress. The reports are being tabled now. On the marriage bill, you know what to do, and you know the issues the Speaker had with the bill. Yes. Yes, Oundo. Masara, is that all right? Let's finish with Masara first, Oundo.
I stand guided and appreciate the guidance, except because Parliament is a house of records. Mr. Speaker, how I wish that on the issue of amendment bill, now that it was communicated officially, how I wish I can get a document.
Which one?
The amendment bill. Because the people who raised some...
Which amendment bill?
I mean, the
marriage amendment bills.
The marriage amendment bill, Act of 2023.
I will not write to you. I told you what to do.
Thank you. I wanted it.
Yes. Yes, Milemba. I had given Oundo first, yes.
Mwalimu, sit. Chair, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I also want to catch your attention, Honorable Speaker. I know you are consulting, you are multitasking, but
yes,
just catch my attention for a few seconds. Honorable Speaker, I think I just want to pick up where my colleague has left off, and I don't want to lament her, so to speak, but I just wanted to request, Honorable Speaker, if there is a way we can expedite members' bills so that they are processed to the end. I have a bill that lapsed during the last term. It took your intervention, Honorable Speaker. It took your intervention, Honorable Speaker, to even get the report of the committee in the new term for it to be tabled here.
On which bill?
The land control bill,
yes,
which has been pending since I think it was first read, when it was not during your term. It was first read in the 12th Parliament around 2021.
Then you resurrected it.
Then I resurrected the bill, and it took your intervention, Honorable Speaker, for actually the Committee of Lands to table their report. And I think they must have tabled their report sometimes in March this year, or May, I don't remember clearly. Unfortunately, it has never appeared in any of the order papers since then. And this Honorable Speaker is starting now.
Write to the Speaker to take it up from there.
I will appreciate. I will surely do. And then on the issue of the marriage bill, I thought everybody is married. I don't know why. Is Honorable Masara, what is it you want to do with the marriage? I thought everybody here is married.
Yes, Milemba.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Though almost overtaken by events, but I wanted to put it also direct that as a member of the House Business Committee that you did not do whatever you are communicating to Honorable Masara on your own, but indeed you brought it to the House Business Committee.
Yes.
A discussion ensured, and indeed it was the decision
Masara,
of the House Business
listening?
Committee that you talk to Honorable Masara over that particular bill, and if you will have done whatever that was to be done, then it will proceed. But however, it was a matter that came before the House Business Committee. I wanted to put it straight.
Absolutely. As a matter of clarity, Honorable Masara, the views I gave you are not mine, although I embrace them fully. They were views of the House Business Committee. Yes, Mama Zamzam. On the same issue?
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi pia niweze pia kulalamika Mheshimiwa Spika, nimepeleka petition zangu, statement, zingine zimekaa zaidi ya miezi 8, wengine wanakuja nyuma wanasomewa zao. Yangu inaonekana kama mama Mombasa sifanye kazi, imenisumbua sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Sijui kule Table Office wana shida gani. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Your petition yake ilikuwa inahusu
nilikuwa na petition juu ya lands. Kuna petition ambayo yule mama mjane Nur Jaizan ambaye litapeliwa na Diamond Trust Bank. Nimekuwa na petition ya watu wa railways ambao hawajalipwa fidia zao paka wa leo, na kuna statements ambazo nilikuwa nataka kufanya.
Andikia Bwana Speaker, uweke orodha za zile zote.
Naam.
Alafu Jumanne wiki ijayo nitakusaidia.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Karole Omondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also just want to add my voice. I hope I'm not out of order to the sentiments expressed by Honorable Oundo. I have 3 bills. You are aware of them. One is an amendment to Registration of Persons Act so that we can give IDs and voter registration to students while they are still in high school. It has been, I don't know where it is. I'm still following it up. I have another one on actualizing Article 10 of the Constitution within our curriculum under nationhood science as a subject. Again, it is over 8 months since I made the proposals. And the final one, which was even to coincide with the presidential visit to America on right of return for African Americans and would spur investments by diaspora Kenyans, again has disappeared. So, Mr. Speaker, this is quite a matter of grave concern to us. If we could find a way of expediting private members' bills, I mean, it would do us a lot of service and the people and the country at large. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Members, so that we don't belabor the point, we have a lot of pending members' bills, private members' bills. And you know the time allocated to private members' bills is only Wednesday morning. I will place before the House Business Committee, subject to the House agreeing that to clear this backlog, we can introduce temporarily a Thursday morning sitting to deal with private members' bills so that we can be able to clear the backlog. Because there are many, they come before me, I see them in the briefs, and I feel also uncomfortable that they have not had sufficient time to be prosecuted. So if you agree, Milemba, you are a member of the House Business Committee, bring it up on Tuesday, and we'll open up for the House to have a special private members' business sitting on Thursday morning. Yes. Yes. Let me hear Wangwe first. Yes, Emmanuel. Give Honorable Wangwe the mic.
Whereas, Honorable Speaker, it is a good move that you are suggesting. Let it also come with a condition that those members whose motions are on the order paper must be able to turn up on the very day. So that, Honorable Speaker, we don't just do something for the sake of it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
For example, this morning, you had private members' business, and the private members were nowhere. So we need to also up our game and raise our levels of responsibility to be in the House when we are required to be. Because
thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the same light, you know there are some private members' bills which, because of the interest in which and the importance in which it is attached to it, at times it becomes a committee bill.
yes.
For example, my bill, which was the Kenya Drugs Authority, because of its importance, and which we've actually done winnowing. And this is a bill to which it will help this country to be able to do local manufacturing of vaccines, drugs, which can be utilized within the region. And this is something that many of the either international investors or even our own biofax and Kenya Primate Research Institute are waiting for it. That is making the National Track Authority to be a level 3 country, for maturity level 3, according to the WHO classification. That allows us to be able to manufacture and export our drugs. Right now, as we speak, Honorable Speaker, it has been waiting, even after winnowing. We also have another bill by Milia Thiambo on assisted reproductive health, which the committee is also winnowing now. We finished winnowing of the Kenya Drugs Authority, but both of them are now waiting to be scheduled. So I urge the House Business Committee that please, these are very important bills. You can also reschedule them for debate by the House.
I actually flagged out your bill in the House Business Committee this week, and the response I got was that the process of winnowing is incomplete, and that's why it is delayed. If it is complete, then follow it up with the clerk's office, and it will come to the House Business Committee on Tuesday. Yes. Let's go to the next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Order number 5, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, October 9th, 2024 afternoon sitting. 1. Response by His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the special motion on his proposed removal from office by impeachment. 2. Annual National Government Budget Implementation Review Reports for the financial year 2023-2024 from the Office of the Controller Budget. And lastly, the biannual report of the Commission on Administrative Justice for the period July to December 2023. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Chairman, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal, Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 9th October 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the report of the National Dialogue Committee, NADCO, and the report of the Multisectoral Working Group, MSWG, on the realization of the 2/3 gender rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Murugara. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Raso, you are the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 9th October 2024. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on its consideration of 1. The County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2023, and 2. The National Police Service Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2024. I beg to lay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Yes. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the report of the National Dialogue Committee, NADCO, and the report of the Multisectoral Working Group, MSWG, on the realization of the 2/3 gender principle laid on the table of the House today, Thursday, 9th October 2024. Honorable Speaker, allow me to make just a comment on this report, which every member that has seen this is worried what it is. This is the consideration by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee on the NADCO report, and attached to this report is also the NADCO report itself. So this is why the report looks bulky, but our report is not as bulky as the document I'm laying on the table of the House. This is the report that contained proposed constitutional amendments. As you have heard, we have the 2/3 gender principle, which was from the multi-sectoral working group. We have other constitutional amendment proposals, including entrenching the CDF into the Constitution. We also have other proposals, including creating the office of the Leader of Opposition, entrenching the Prime Cabinet Secretary into the Constitution, and many other proposals that were brought up during the NADCO discussions. Honorable members, please get a copy of this report, in as much as NADCO had made it clear that we cannot alter even a comma. We have adhered to that proposition, but as members of the committee and as the House, the lawmaking house in the country, we have made our comments and proposals, which proposals will be what we are going to discuss when the matter comes up for debate. So please obtain for yourself a copy of the report so that we can have a robust debate when the time comes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Murga, next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Just hold. Member for Shinyalu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44, Section 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport Infrastructure regarding suspension of flights between Nairobi and Kakamega by Skyward Express. Honorable Speaker, the Kakamega airstrip has been a vital air travel link between Nairobi and Western Kenya for many years. The airstrip serves as a crucial transport infrastructure, enhancing regional connectivity and promoting economic development. Many residents rely on the airstrip for efficient travel, medical emergencies, and to facilitate business operations. Sadly, reports indicate that the key operators in the route, including Skyward Express, have suspended operations due to safety concerns arising from the poor condition of the facility. This suspension of flights has caused significant disruption to the livelihoods of many, cutting off an essential service that connects them to other parts of the country. Honorable Speaker, the poor state of the Kakamega airstrip, particularly the presence of potholes on the runway, raises serious safety concerns for air operators and the general public. These issues have been long-standing and have now reached a critical point, leading to the suspension and halting of flight operations. It is therefore imperative that the government acts swiftly to resolve this matter, restore safe flight operations, and prevent further disruptions. Honorable Speaker, it's again in this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure to apprise the House on the following. Number 1, a status report on the state of disrepair of the Kakamega airstrip, given the safety risks posed to the users. Number 2, immediate actions being taken to repair the airstrip to meet acceptable aviation standards. And number 3, a comprehensive plan of the maintenance of the Kakamega airstrip, its expansion, as well as other regional airstrips, to prevent similar safety concerns from occurring and guarantee long-term operational reliability. I thank you Honorable Speaker.
GK, that is your docket. What has happened to the airstrip?
We will look into the matter, Honorable Speaker, and report back to the House. I request for 2 weeks to be able to come here with a comprehensive response.
2 weeks?
2 weeks, yes, Honorable Speaker.
2 weeks is too long on this.
Yeah.
Can you bring a preliminary statement on Thursday next week?
I'll do so, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
That airstrip is new. You should inquire why it should have potholes on the runway. Anton Oloch. Anton Oloch, member from
present,
Mathare. Hold on,
Speaker.
Anthony, before you take the floor. Honorable members, I wish to recognize and welcome 5 members of staff drawn from the Parliamentary Training Institute of the Parliament of Ghana, who are in the Speaker's Gallery. They are welcome to observe the proceedings of the House. Most welcome, Akwaba. Next, Anthony.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You didn't have their name.
I rise pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44.2c. Honorable Speaker, I wish to request a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the revised ceilings for the financial year 24-25 work plans issued by the Kenya Roads Board Authority. Honorable Speaker, these revised work plans are contained in a letter or a circular dated 8th October 2024 and which came to our attention today. Honorable Speaker, in the recent past, there has been a systematic reduction of allocations of funds allocated in the 22% ceiling and the 10% ceilings issued by the Kenya Road Boards Authority. Additionally, the High Court in Nairobi issued an interim conservatory order on 19th August 2024, directing the Kenya Roads Authority to freeze and withhold funds collected in financial year 24-25 to the extent of Kenya shillings 10,522,211,858 to be allocated to the county governments. In view of this, the Kenya Roads Board Authority has revised the 22% and 10% constituency ceilings allocation for the financial year 2020-2025. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. Report on the reasons for the systematic reduction of allocations of 22% and 10% funding to KERA for roads and construction of maintenance and measures in place to avert such reductions in future. Number 2, immediate revocation of the circular on the reduction and return of status quo on the ceilings for the financial year 2024-2025. Number 3, measures put in place to secure the funds, including holding the collected funds in a suspense account pending the conclusion of the court case. And number 4, comprehensive report on the usage of the 7 Kenya shillings 7 fuel levy allocations in the supplementary budget in the financial year 2024-2025. Signed, Anthony Oloch, 9th of October 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, KJ?
Mr. Speaker, I must thank Wakili Oloch for bringing this matter to the attention of the House. And in fact, it is a charge we are putting on the chair of the Transport Committee, who we know is able to follow through on this issue and bring a good response. Mr. Speaker, what is at risk here is the benefits that have been accruing from this decentralized fund. And it is clear to the minds of members here that there is a hand behind these court cases that keep coming up and are addressed towards stifling these all-important fund. And I would not be embarrassed to say that we see the hand of governors in this issue. Mr. Speaker, this House does a lot of work to come up with the division of revenue bill, Mr. Speaker. Monies that are sufficient to run these counties. However, when you get to the ground, Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the monies that have an effect on the ground are the monies that are decentralized, up to and including the National Government Constituency Development Fund. This 22%, Mr. Speaker, is also decentralized monies from the center and equally distributed across the constituencies. But we know that the governors are very keen to put their hand into these coffers, Mr. Speaker. So as this committee is interrogating this issue, they need to find a way of making sure that these governors get to know what this House is saying. That you have given you a responsibility and a charge to take control over the devolved monies. But these monies that are devolved, we don't see them in our constituencies. However, that which is decentralized, the 22%, the 10% is what is building the road networks and access roads in our constituencies. In a place like Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, while all other members enjoy being from different regions, we hear people from Western region, from the Coast region, from the Northeastern region. In Nairobi, when it comes to distribution of resources, Nairobi is never considered a region. So the only benefit that accrues for these members of parliament and their constituents out of the national budget is that which is decentralized. And that is why I would imagine that Wakili Oluoch is keen to know what is happening to this all-important fund that helps him put up the access roads and the roads that are required in Mathare constituencies, just as we would need in Dagoretti and other constituencies in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, kindly direct that this is brought to a halt. And the only person who is able to do that is the Committee on Transport, to communicate exactly what this House is saying to the governors so that we do not have a repeat of these court cases that are sponsored by people who do not mean well for decentralization. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to also commend Honorable Watch for the statement that he has sought from the Chair, Departmental Committee of Transport. Honorable Speaker, it is true that consistently there's been reduction in the resources going to CDF, to KERA for the purposes of building roads in the villages. And this particular one was occasioned by governors who went to court to take a slice of these resources. Honorable Speaker, this country has the most inept governors. I have gone to countries countries that are practicing devolution like Ghana and Nigeria. And here in the country, we have governors who are lazy, who are just traveling across the world, doing nothing. With the resources that they have been given fairly by this House, they do not use them properly. Now, they are going to attack the resources that have been given to us that MPs are using successfully to build roads that you can see in the constituency. So, Honorable Speaker, this House must condemn the action by governors to go to court to take these KERA resources from KERA. These resources have been used fairly, and in fact, Honorable Speaker, when you go to villages, you can clearly see the roads that have been done by KERA. You can never see roads done by governors. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask you that you should not allow this House to be undermined by governors. And as the Speaker of this House, let us ensure that we protect the resources that are helping Kenyans. I want to say that governors, and I think they're listening, governors, please work with the money that you have been given by this House. Don't look for these resources from us. Otherwise, we need to start calling for governors. In fact, there's nothing that stops us, Honorable Speaker, from summoning governors. I've seen senators summoning ministers on things that are not even within their scope. So I think going forward, Honorable Speaker, we need to begin to summon governors to come and appear before us, because we must protect this country from these lazy governors. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Nabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend Honorable Watch for this statement. Honorable Speaker, there is a very good reason why roads are rated differently. We have roads which are rated for county governments, and we have roads for national government. And Honorable Speaker, the reason that was done was after realization in the first county governments were unable to do all the roads. And after they were unable, there was an agreement between national government and the county government that there must be roads to be done by the national government and roads by the county governments. Now, one wonders why they were unable to do those roads. They gave them back to national government, and they are now raiding the same amount of money that is supposed to do those roads. Honorable Speaker, governors must be reminded that even this house is the one that allocates the money. That if you raid the hand that feeds you, that hand can deny you the food that it gives you every other day. And I'm calling this on this house to be vigilant about county governments, and also ask our brothers in the Senate to supervise these people, because the money they get, they are not doing the roads in the counties. If you go into my constituency, you will hardly see a road done by the county government of Kakamega, but you will see the roads done by Kera. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm requesting, like my brother Atandi, that you need to protect what belongs to national government. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Rindikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's becoming fashionable every financial year. There is a new circular coming from the Kenya Loans Board. And I'm wondering why a Kenya Loans Board does this, and there is a system that is already agreed upon. Mr. Speaker, this matter came to this house last year, financial year. And Mr. Speaker, I think this trend is being perpetuated slowly. We don't know where a Kenya Loans Board does not consult the members of parliament through the chairman of committee or through the Ministry of Loans. Now, I find it very ironical when Kenya Loans Board is in consultation with the Council of Governors, and they agree and they do a circular. Mr. Speaker, I think this is not in order. I join Honorable Oluoch that this trend must come to an out, that it should be known that the governors exerting power because they are met somewhere with the executive and they agree and try to push for the money that is doing the incredible job in the constituencies. Mr. Speaker, the loans that are under Keller are the ones that join two constituencies. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear demarcation. Mr. Speaker, these are the loans that are done comfortably trans constituencies. Mr. Speaker, the governors have failed to do simple loans communicating the villages. And Mr. Speaker, if they cannot manage the many billions they have, and they're finding it easier to manage the 20 million, let them give us the 14 billion, 15 billion, so that we manage the money for them. But Mr. Speaker, this habit must be called out. This habit must be called out, and I ask my very good friend, the chairman of this committee, it is your responsibility. You are the bridge between us, the ministry, and the KLB. This money goes, Mr. Chairman, we will discuss you as part of this problem. Thank you.
Do you want to escalate this beyond this? Yes. Yes, let me give to the gentleman next to Murugara, Honorable Member for Keyo South. Doctor. Member for Keyo South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important matter, and I join my colleagues in discussing this matter, which is very important. If you go to constituencies and compare what Kera does with what the counties does, it is obvious. There is nothing ongoing which is done by the governors. So now they want to take the little that we do in the constituencies through Kera to take to what they usually do, which is non-existent. We shall oppose this, and I join my colleagues in telling the chairman of transport to be vigilant so that we safeguard the little that wananchi see. Let me go to specific example of my constituency, Keyo South. In Keyo South, I have 6 wards. None of the county roads is ongoing. None. But if you go to the constituency of Keyo South, you will see something being done by Kera. You will see something done last year. You will see something ongoing now. You will see something which was done 2 years ago. And even when they do these roads, the counties, you will see some shoddy job being done. So, as a National Assembly, we say in one voice that let this money stay with Kera because Mwananchi has seen the benefit of what Kera does. Ridiculously, if you go to my constituency, some officials from the county will go and tell people, no, don't do that road because we have already given to Kera. But they have done nothing. And then once you do a road using the Kera money, they bring a signpost and indicate that it is county which has done this road. We shall stop this. We shall not allow this as a National Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you much. Kisairo. Members take 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, would like to thank Honorable Loch for raising this matter, and also would like to categorically state that Council of Governors are becoming an embarrassment to this country. That the work they are supposed to do in the fields of health, they are doing nothing. The footpaths that you've allowed them to maintain, they are unable to maintain. They are always coming for what is meant for the members of parliament. Were it not for these members of parliament, some counties could be inaccessible, including mine. And we will not just sit here and allow this bunch of idlers to be frustrating us every now and then. Enough is enough. And we have to tell them, it's not that we want their seats, but if we want them, we'll still take them. So, the honorable, because they are not even worth being called excellencies, the honorable councils of governors or governors should start focusing on their job. We've never ever gone for their work, gone for their resources. We've appropriated enough funds for them to run their counties, which they are not doing. And they are always coming for the little. Not only are they funding the cases on NGCDF in courts, they've now gone to Kera. Honorable Speaker, with your leadership, we will stand up and defend the constituencies and what is meant for them. The governors, we are not worried about you. We can take care of you individually, at individual levels. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I hope not physically. Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ni aibu sana kuona mbunge kama mimi, mbunge wa kike, naomba nikililia barabara ambao ni akaunti. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimepewa pesa ya ngafu ya kuweza kujenga sehemu ambao ni GBV Center. Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa elekea mwaka wa 3 toka approval ya ile project. Shida ni kuwa barabara ambayo inahusu county government hawajaweza kujenga. Mheshimiwa Spika, mpaka juzi na muomba mbunge wangu wa Kisauni Mheshimiwa Rashid Bezimba, na nataka nimpongeze hapa, ndio ameenda kunichimbia barabara. Mheshimiwa Spika, hizi pesa za kera fadhali mupatie hawa, hizo pesa ziko kwa governors, hawafanyii kitu barabara. Patieni hawa wabunge, tunaweza kuwashika mkono humu ndani angawa wakatufanyia kitu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni aibu sana kuona kuwa mbunge anaenda akiomba, anaomba, naandika mabarua mpaka anachoka. Public participation mheshimiwa nimefanya, lakini barabara tukupewa kujenga sehemu ambayo kina mama wakidhulumiwa wanaweza kusaidika. Mheshimiwa Spika, imekuwa ni ngumu, mpaka Bezimba anaenda kuomba trakta huko, ananipitishia kando kando kidogo ndo nipate mahali pa kujenga. Na mimi nipongeze wabunge wangu wa Mombasa, ndugu yangu Badi yuko hapa, ukienda kwake barabara safi ya wabunge hawa, barabara zao nzuri sana, lakini ukiangalia za county inakuwa kama zile blanket tumepaka hapa mita 100, huelewi zinafanya nini. Mheshimiwa Spika, hizi pesa zitoke ziende kwa hawa wabunge. Najua wengine wetu tutatamani kuwa magavana, lakini kwa hali hii iliyoko saizi Mheshimiwa Spika, hizi pesa ziingie kwa mikono ya bunge. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
George Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are quite sad, and thank you, Honorable Anthony Oluoch, for bringing this to our attention. We are just reeling from some judgment that was dictated by the Council of Governors, or the CDF. In fact, we've not forgotten, we are very sad, and this is the reason we are saying we have to do the constitutional amendments so that we can shield ourselves from some of these governors who believe that we should not be having money for development. Mr. Speaker, sir, as said by all these members, when you visit the constituencies, what is visible is actually what is done by CDF or by KERA. If you are asked what these governors do with all these billions, majority of them will say, oh, we spend 60% on recurrent expense and we have only 30% for development. And that 30% is nowhere near the CDF, which is so little that in fact we are only able to do what we can do. Time has come for us to look at the Roads Act, so that if we wish to make an amendment to it, we take all the money from there. The distribution is after Kenya, after KERA, it is to the constituencies as we deal with the CDF, so that we don't have to have any money going to governors for roads. Let us do all the roads in the constituencies, whether classified as county or national government roads. That is very important, and we should now start looking at the law. We amend it. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Before I give the next member, allow me to acknowledge Clinton Mackenzie Kiome Secondary School from Booni, Makwiny. Kahawa Garrison Secondary School from Kasarani, Nairobi. On my behalf and on behalf of the whole House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Mama Donya. Yes, I'll give you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. As Mama County from Kisii, who patients call and ask for wheelchairs to be used in hospitals, the work that should be done by governors, Mr. Speaker, I'm worried if they can manage the roads. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, they can't. If you see the roads done by members of parliament and the ones done by governors, that is day and night, Mr. Speaker. I don't approve this. We can't support it because there is nothing. We've glorified them that they've done perfectly. From health, providing water for our mothers, Mr. Speaker. You can imagine Kisii County rains, we have virgin rains, but at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, women will still flock to the springs to collect water. So if they've not managed water sector, Mr. Speaker, and they've not taken good care of the health sector, let us not make a whole now the road sector be another issue. Let them handle the health issue, they handle the water issue, but for the roads, I don't think I can give them a vote. They don't deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bondo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House, for the first time, has been very magnanimous. In fact, out of the normal non-divisional revenue, we gave counties more money through a different legislation, Mr. Speaker. And we added counties money. At the point that we were adding counties, there was no provocation. There was nobody who asked for it. The Council of Governors didn't ask for it. Nobody else asked for it, but we chose to give counties more money. And once we've given them more money, they get ahead to look for other little different ways of how to add themselves more money, particularly on the side of the road sector. Mr. Speaker, roads are classified. And as they are classified, they attract resources or they attract funding based on how they are classified. So if you reduce any monies for a clear classified road, it means that that road will never be done. There are roads that are classified for Kera, there are those that are classified for Kenya, and then there are those that are classified for counties, including KWS and stuff like that in the Act, Mr. Speaker. So if you reduce an element, particularly when you reduce the funds for Kera, it means that those roads will never be done. So this must be very clear to Council of Governors. There are many other ways of how Council of Governors can raise money. In fact, if Council of Governors were wise, there's more money in different sectors in this country that is actually theirs. You'll wonder why there should be money resting in Nairobi for beekeeping in a county. There are counties that have authorities keeping bees. Counties themselves are keeping bees. So you have very many parallel agencies doing the same thing in the counties. Why don't the Council of Governors look for where their monies are still being left in Nairobi instead of going for monies that are clearly known and are clearly classified for purposes of works that are going to benefit the communities? Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Chairman of the Committee on Roads, GK, you can hear these animated sentiments on the road issue. I want to assure the House I'll support members of Parliament on this issue. And GK, you bring a preliminary response to this statement on Wednesday afternoon next week. It is urgent and you must work around the clock to bring a statement on Wednesday. And if the statement is unsatisfactory, I'll summon the minister here for you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is true that there's a circular that was sent yesterday by Kera to regional engineers indicating that RMLF allocation for constituencies has been reduced from 61 million per constituency to 34 million. Honorable Speaker, when I saw that circular, I immediately engaged the ministry and I asked why they never engaged us as the committee, considering that we are key stakeholders in every decision that is made by the Roads Ministry. Honorable Speaker, that circular has since been withdrawn, pending further consultations. Honorable Speaker, I want to assure this Honorable House, and these Honorable members that the Committee on Roads and Transport will not stand by and watch the governors encroach into this very critical fund. This fund is what you see. It's the money that is the project you see in our constituencies when you travel up country, especially the rural constituencies. Honorable Speaker, I am now serving in my second term, 7th year. And as the Member of Parliament for Deer constituency, I cannot show you one single road that has been implemented by other authorities in my constituency using the billions of funds that we allocate to them. Honorable Speaker, we will guard this fund and will do our best to ensure that nobody will encroach into it. It is sad that our friends are afraid of going to courts to interfere with the work of the members of parliament, while we do our best. We always do our best during our budget making process to avail resources to our governors to be able to do the work that they are supposed to do, to better the lives of Kenyans and to better our roads and our schools, especially our kindergartens. Honorable Speaker, if you ask members of parliament here, they will tell you, on top of renovating and making better the primary school and secondary school infrastructure, they stretch over to helping the governors renovate kindergartens, which is not our responsibility. Honorable Speaker, I want to again assure the House that we'll do our best to support and to safeguard this fund. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
They have withdrawn the circular. You will tell us why they
Yes.
issued in the first place.
Yes, it has been withdrawn.
Yes.
Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to donate 1 minute to my colleague.
You have no time to donate. This is not debate time. Yes, Alice, what is it?
Honorable Speaker, this matter is very, very important. And I just want to tell Chair for Roads that if he doesn't give you a satisfactory answer by the time he will be coming back to this House, when the Cabinet Secretary is invited here, him and the Cabinet Secretary will sit there as the members of this National Assembly. We execute this matter to the rata. He better need to know that this matter is very important to us and we are not talking any shortcut when dealing with it.
Yes, Olwach.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the directions that you have given. And I would like to agree with you that in spite of the withdrawal, a statement needs to be filed before this House. And the reason that I think it is still important is because that letter he is adverting to needs to be part of the record of this House. The second reason, Mr. Speaker, is that the House will recall that during the supplementary budget, we added Kenya shillings 7 to the road levy RLMF. These ceilings should not be going down. They should be going up. We are collecting close to about 4.8 billion shillings, and we must have a written assurance. Why are the reductions even being contemplated? Those must form part of this record. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We must move to the next statement. Owen Bayer, you wanted to, oh, your leader is here now, so he'll wait. Yes, who is the next? Mohammed Ado, yes. Mohammed Ado. Yes, Junet. Are you the one?
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to add one thing to the debate on this matter of the roads. Mr. Speaker, the problem and the people who are fighting members of parliament on this issue of roads, Mr. Speaker, is not even governors. It is Kenya Roads Board and KERA. That is our problem, Mr. Speaker, as a House. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time they did a circular which they have withdrawn. There was an earlier one, I hope the chairman remembers, where they were reducing also the amount, and the House raised the matter, it was raised in the House, and they withdrew it. It's the same thing they are doing. Why is KERA and Kenya Roads Board not consulting Parliament before they take such a drastic action, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, it's high time the Committee of Roads, through their chair here, reminds KERA and Kenya Roads Board who their bosses are in Kenya here, who is oversighting them. And instead of dealing with the Council of Governors and such kind of people, when they want their budget even processed, they go through the House Transport Committee, Mr. Speaker. And it's the same group that is fighting members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we also need to deal with KERA and Kenya Roads Board once and for all, Mr. Speaker.
Ado. No, that matter have gone past. We've spent more than 40 minutes on one statement. I disallow. Ado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock regarding the status of strategic promotion and full-scale development of dryland agriculture in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, approximately 75% of our country's landmass consists of arid and semi-arid lands, often referred to as ASAL regions. Despite this, there has been a significant and disproportionate focus on agricultural investment in the wetlands, while the immense potential of drylands remains underutilized. As the effects of climate change continue to worsen, resulting in unpredictable rainfall patterns and extended droughts and dry spells, it is increasingly clear that Kenya cannot rely solely on rain-fed agriculture. This raises the critical question as to why there is no focus on more resources, expertise, and policy attention to harnessing the potential of our drylands through modern agricultural practices such as large-scale irrigation, the development of drought-resistant crops, and innovative water harvesting techniques to achieve food security. I believe that the answer to Kenya's quest for food security today lies in its arid lands. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the following. 1. The policies and strategic plans aimed at promoting dryland agriculture in arid and semi-arid lands, and clear frameworks, if any, in place to guide investment and interventions, including the development of water infrastructure for irrigation practices. Initiatives that the government has put in place to support farmers in ASAL regions, including provision of knowledge and tools needed to engage in sustainable and productive agricultural activities. Number 3, specific steps being taken to address the challenges of water scarcity, poor infrastructure, and the high cost of accessing inputs in dry areas, particularly roads and water supply infrastructure. And lastly, the provision of a report on the current agricultural policies that align with the National Development Agenda, particularly Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda with respect to food security and how the government intends to balance investment between wetland areas and dryland regions to ensure equitable and sustainable agricultural growth across the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Is Dr. Mutunga here? Any member from Agriculture Committee? King Ferdinand?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think
2 weeks. Bring the statement in response in 2 weeks.
The chairman is not here, but I want to confirm that we can give the reply after 2 weeks.
Very good.
Because I think the chairman is not here, and you have a very good important point that you have raised. So we look at it, and after 2 weeks, we'll be able to get
Not after 2 weeks, in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks' time.
Yes. Donya?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding provision of textbooks in schools. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding provision of textbooks in schools. Honorable Speaker, it is in every parent's noble responsibility to ensure that their children get quality education. However, there is a growing concern among parents regarding the number of textbooks provided by the Ministry of Education and those that parents stroke guardians must purchase. There have been claims that the ministry requires the students to purchase up to 4 textbooks per subject, making it financially challenging for parents to purchase all the required textbooks to supplement their child's learning. The cost of education is already high for most parents, hence it is crucial that the government comes out and clearly stipulates the issue of textbooks provision. Schools are requiring parents to purchase a set of textbooks. As such, most parents are in dilemma on the number of textbooks they should purchase as they take part in investigating in their children's education. Honorable Speaker, while we appreciate that some topics or subjects may require additional textbooks to supplement learning, it is important to emphasize that parents should never feel obligated to purchase more textbooks than what is essential. It is always recommended that the Ministry of Education should provide every student with the essential textbooks that are needed for their academic success. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education to appraise the House on the following: 1, a comprehensive report on the policy on provision of textbooks in schools and the role of parents to purchase extra textbooks. Number 2, to clarify on the approved course books and the number of textbooks recommended in both primary and secondary education for each learner in the respective subjects. And lastly, the steps taken by the Ministry of Education to ensure that all learners are provided with the requisite number of approved course books and supplementary textbooks to avoid inequities in access to learning materials among learners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman, Education. Yes, tell your committee, Nabi, to bring a response to this statement in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Joshua Kandie has indicated that his statement looks different from what is submitted to the table office. So I put it off to have it reconciled. Clerk, you follow up that. You should not edit member statements to the extent that they lose meaning. Barongo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding upgrading of road networks in Bomachoge-Borabu constituency to bitumen standards. Honorable Speaker, the construction of Mogonga, Kenyenya, Rio Kindo, Magenche, Mariba, Nyagancha, Eberege, Kenyenya TTC, and Magena road links commenced on the 5th of August, the year 2016. The development was intended to enhance accessibility of these areas and support the movement of people, goods, and services. Sadly, more than 36 months after the signing of the contract, the road links are yet to be completed. This has hampered mobility in the constituency, including access to essential services. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1, the status of upgrading of the roads network in Bomachoge-Borabu constituency to bitumen standards, and 2, the timelines for the completion of the long-stalled projects in the constituency. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
GK, that is directed that you bring the statement, the response in 2 weeks. Give GK.
We will do so, Honorable Speaker.
Areko Namoit. Member for Turkana South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife regarding the status of implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding signed between County Government of Turkana and Kenya Wildlife Service. Honorable Speaker, South Turkana National Reserve is a national reserve established under the Wildlife Conservancy and Management Act, CAP 376. On 19 January 2017, the County Government of Turkana and the Kenya Wildlife Service signed a Memorandum of Understanding to provide a joint framework for effective and sustainable management of the reserve and to enhance tourism and ecological conservation for socio-economic development. To realize the objectives of Memorandum of Understanding, the parties agreed on two-phase application of their respective obligation running from 2017 to 2019 and 2020 to 2025. Despite the period of the subsistence of the MOU lapsing in nearly 2025, no tangible efforts have been made to ensure effective and sustainable management of the reserve as had been envisaged. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife on the following. 1. The status of the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding between Kenya Wildlife Service and the County Government of Turkana. 2. A report on the Conservancy Rangers recruited by KWS in collaboration with the county government in the last 5 years. 3. The long-term plans, the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, as regarding the restoration of the South Turkana National Reserve, including its conversion into a community conservancy. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the details of any development activities planned by the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, including construction of water ponds, dams, and access roads within the reserve. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Chair, Tourism. Any member? Naomi, you tell the Chair, Tourism to bring a response in 2 weeks.
And we'll do that. Thank you, Speaker.
Next statement, Majority Leader. Go ahead if you have.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Monday, 7th October, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, this week, the House considered the special motion on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of HE Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. I stand before you today to express my heartfelt gratitude to you, honorable members of this House, for your sacrifice, active participation, and overall dedication and contribution during the recent impeachment motion. This process, though challenging, exemplified our commitment to uphold the principles of accountability and transparency that are the cornerstone of our democracy. Your engagement and thoughtful deliberations throughout this process has not gone unnoticed. Each of you brought enough invaluable perspective, ensuring that we examine the issues at hand with rigor and integrity. It is through such collaborative efforts that we can strengthen our institutions and reaffirm the trust placed in us by the people we serve. Notably, Honorable Speaker, this matter transcended
party lines and spoke to our commitment to good governance, accountability, and fidelity to the Constitution. I commend those who courageously stood for what they believed was right, fostering a discourse that reflects values we uphold. It is essential that we continue to work together, united in our pursuit of justice and ethical governance. Let us carry forward the lessons learned from this experience, remaining steadfast in our commitment to serve the public with honor and respect. Thank you once again for your diligence and dedication. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the business schedule for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills if not concluded today. A Committee of the Whole House on, number 1, Senate amendments to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill 2023, and 2, Senate amendments to the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2023. B, second reading of the following bills. 1, the Kenya National Library Service Bill 2023. 2, the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2023. And 3, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2022. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions should they not be concluded today. A, number 1, consideration of Senate amendment to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill 2023. 2, consideration of Senate amendment to the Statutory Instrument Amendment Bill 2023. 3, first report on the implementation status of House resolution on committee reports and public participation. Number 4, report on the alleged unfair trade practices by foreign investors in Kenya. Number 5, second report on employment diversity audit in public institutions. 6, report of the extraordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament, PAP. Number 7, consideration of the reports on financial statement of state corporations, Nyanza region. Number 8, consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2023 on the national policy on labor migration. And 9, third report on consideration of the audited accounts of specified state corporation. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 16th October, to respond to the following questions. Number 1, question by private notice number 013/2024 by the member for Gatanga, Honorable Wakili Edward Bureo, MP, regarding status of any negotiations for concession agreement between the government and the Adani Group regarding the management of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, JKIA. Number 2, question number 167/2023 by the member for Baringo Central, Honorable Joshua Kandie, MP, regarding criteria used and applied by the Kenya Roads Board, KRB, to determine the amount of funds allocated to each constituency. Question number 3, question number 178/2023 by the member for Kinongo, Honorable Gonzirai, MP, regarding the issuance of demolition notice against Makinon Road Trading Center building by the Kenya National Highway Authority, KENHA. Number 4, question number 013/2024 by the member for Funyula, Honorable Dr. Ojambo Oundo, MP, regarding the current status of Matayos Ganjala Nakasiko Nagina Road that was tendered under the 10,000 kilometers low volume sealed road LVSR procured during the commencement of financial year 2017-2018. Number 5, question number 014-2024 by the member for Bahati, Honorable Irene Joki MP, regarding the state report on the progress and expected timelines for completion of Lanet Airport project. Number 6, question number 70/2024 by the member for Malava, Honorable Mululu Ijendi MP, regarding the progress report of construction of Class A1 Kakamega Kaburengu Road, whose construction commenced in October 2023. Number 7, question number 71/2024 by the member for Westlands, Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi MP, regarding policy decision and rationale behind the use of unmarked, unregistered, and distorted plates by police service while on public mission on public roads. Number 8, question number 79/2024 by the member for Yatta, Honorable Robert Basil MP, regarding reasons behind significant delay in the completion of construction of the Matu Ekalakala Kiwandini Road to Kiasioni Road in Yatta constituency. Number 9, question number 127/2024 by the member for Laikipia North, Honorable Sarah Korere MP, regarding reasons for delay in completion of construction works on Doldol Nanyuki Road in Laikipia North constituency. Number 10, questions number 131/2024 by the member for West Pokot, Honorable Raila Kasiwai MP, regarding rationale behind the stalling of Parpelo Totmarich Road project and the expected date of commencement of the stalled project. Number 11, question number 132/2023 by the member for Kajiado South, Honorable Samuel Parashina MP, regarding the details of the status construction of the Ilasit Rombo Taveta Road. Number 12, question number 123/2024 by the member for Mutunga, Honorable Kasim Tandasa MP, regarding the update on the progress of construction of Kwale Kinango B92 Road, whose construction commenced on 4th August 2021 and was to be completed on 3rd August 2024. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, 15th October 2024 to schedule business for the rest of that week. On behalf of the House Business Committee, I take this opportunity to wish members a happy Mazingira Day and urge members to complement government efforts towards environment protection and conservation. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House today. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority. Next order.
Order number 8, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2024, second reading. Question to be put.
Can you stay this? We'll put the question on Tuesday. Pardon? Oh. Was the mover called to reply? Huh? Carol, you are not there the day you are supposed to continue. Under the standing orders, you lose the opportunity. Yes. Next order, number 9.
Order number 9, the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023, second reading.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023, be now read a second time. By way of introduction, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya National Library Service Bill 2023 seeks to give effect to the provisions of Article 11(2)(a) of Constitution, which mandates the state to promote all forms of national and cultural expressions through literature, the arts, traditional celebrations, science, communication, information, mass media, publication, libraries, and other cultural heritage. As a background, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya National Library Service Bill was previously considered in the 12th Parliament. The bill was passed by the National Assembly on the 6th July 2023 and therefore forwarded to the Senate for the considerations. However, by the end of the term of the 12th Parliament, the Senate had not concluded the considerations of the bill. Honorable Speaker, permit me now to give a brief summary of the salient features of the bill. The purpose of the bill is to provide a legal framework for the preservation of our national documentary heritage, as well as to distinguish the function of the Kenya National Library Services from the other public libraries managed by the county governments. Honorable Speaker, this bill establishes the Kenya National Library Service as a body to cooperate with perpetual succession and whose functions shall include acquiring, preserving, and maintaining a collection of library resources, carrying out and encouraging research in the development of the libraries and related services, and providing national library reference and referral service, among others. Honorable Speaker, the bill provides that the management of the Kenya National Library Services shall vest in a board consisting of chairperson and 8 other members. The bill further sets out the respective qualifications of the chairperson and the members of the board. The board shall be responsible for the furtherance of the objects of the Kenya National Library Service. Honorable Speaker, the bill also provides for the appointment of the Director General of the Kenya National Library Service, who shall be an ex-official member of the board and who shall be responsible to the board for the day-to-day management of the affairs of the service. Honorable Speaker, the bill provides for the repeal of the existing Kenya National Library Service Board Act, Cap 225. It is important to note that the existing Kenya National Library Service Board Act was last amended in the year 2007, which was before the enactment of the Constitution of Kenya 2020. The existing act is therefore inadequate as it does not appreciate the aspect of devolution, especially noting that libraries is among the functions of county government. The bill provides for the transition provisions in terms of which the rights, duties, assets, and liabilities of the former board shall be transferred to the Kenya National Library Service upon the commencement of the Act. Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture facilitated public participation on the bill and in so doing, received submissions from the Kenya National Library Service, the Council of County Governors, and the Kenya Library Association. Honorable Speaker, the stakeholders in making their submissions noted that while libraries is a function devolved to county governments, there was a need to provide for the national legislation establishing a national library that would bear the overall responsibility of acting as the central literary depository, the custodian of national documentary heritage, as well as the centralized custodian of the Kenya national biography. Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the various amendments proposed by the stakeholders as contained in the regard. The committee will be proposing various amendments to the bill aimed at improving the substance and the effectiveness of the bill. The proposed amendments to the bill are contained as recommendations in the report of the committee, under which the committee will be moving during the committee of the whole House. Honorable Speaker, key among the amendments to be proposed by the committee will be the clear spell out of the respective functions of the national government and the county government in relation to the library services. These amendments will avoid duplication and conflict of mandates between the two levels of government. To this effect, the committee will be proposing the amendments of Clause 5 of the bill to provide for the responsibilities of the national government, as well as the introduction of a new clause in the bill to provide for the responsibilities of the county governments. Honorable Speaker, the committee will be proposing that the role of the national government shall include the development of a national policy, legislation, and the setting of standards for the library sector, capacity building and technical assistance to the county government, as well as the publication of Kenya National Bibliography and the Kenya Periodicals Directory. Further, the Kenya National Library Service will be responsible for the establishment of the National Virtual Library Service. As this House may be aware, the virtual library was launched on 12th July 2023, and its purpose is to encourage a reading culture and provide an avenue through which one can grow and further their skills in a particular field anytime and anywhere. Honorable Speaker, the committee will be proposing that specific role of county government shall include the implementation of national policy, legislation, and standards for the library sector, the development, management, and maintenance of county libraries, as well as providing lending, outreach, and specialized services in relation to the county libraries. In closing, Honorable Speaker, I raise note that the enactment of the Kenya National Library Service Bill will result in the alignment of the regulations of library services to the Constitution, as well as providing an avenue for the preservation of Kenya's documentary heritage. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Have a seconder?
Honorable Speaker, let me ask Honorable Karori Omondi to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I take great pleasure in seconding this particular bill. Honorable Speaker, if you will recall, if the House will recall, some counties inherited public libraries that had been constructed by the national government. Other counties did not. And there's a bit of disparity in the capacity within each county to offer library services. This bill, by setting up the Kenya National Library Service, will have one institution with the capacity to help and develop harmonized national policy on national libraries or county libraries, as well as setting their standards and promoting capacity building and offering technical assistance to the various county governments. But most importantly, we need a central depository, not just for our literary heritage, but also for certain publications like the National Bibliography, the National Periodicals Directory, and the National Virtual Library, which would be accessible to all Kenyans wherever they may be, and at very, basically free. And also, we need a central service that can interface with international partners or international organizations to help the counties access other library services. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023 be read a second time. Okay. Members who want to contribute, please press onto the intervention button. Honorable Beatrice Elachi, did you want to contribute to this?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill. And I know it's a bill that went through this House, went to the Senate, and now we are back on it. A bill that is very critical, Madam Speaker, in terms of our library, and especially when we talk about our young people, when we are talking about all the new technologies that have come through, the chat GPTs and all that, that indeed you realize we need libraries. It's a function, yes, that was devolved, but Madam Speaker, when you look at our country, there are many, many functions that we devolved, but I think that needed a lot of processing. And that is why today we are finding some of the challenges. When you look at the memorandum of objects and reasons, the principal object of this bill is to give effect to Article 11(2)(a) of the Constitution, which mandates the state to promote all forms of national and cultural expressions through literature, the arts, traditional celebrations, science, communication, information, mass media, publications. And when you talk of that, Madam Speaker, you realize when we go out of the country, one of the places that they will take you for example, to understand a country is either in a museum or in a library. That you'll find yourself learning so much of that country, the history of that country, than any other place. Today we are saying, Madam Speaker, and I'll tell you, Nairobi, we are lucky. We have a team of young women who took over Macmillan Library, and I will tell you today they deserve, if there is any recognition that we can do, is to two girls who have carried that library, modified it, changed it into a library that when you walk in, you will appreciate that indeed. And we have students who walk in. They've done another one in Makongeni, Madam Speaker. For us in Dagoretti North, Madam Speaker, we had learned of a resource center. But you cannot believe that the land was grabbed. Today it is a yard where we are selling cars. And these are some of the issues that when we are dealing with this bill, we have to also look at where were resource centers allocated to be. in this country so that we can continue building these libraries. These libraries also, as we talk of CBC, if we had serious libraries right now, we would find our children going in. But I know if you walk in, you'll find yourselves with books that were of our time. I've not seen even a place where we've transformed, where our young people can compete with this technology that we have in terms of AI, in terms of IT, all these things. But we are talking about it, we are using it, but we need a library to research. That was the purpose of a library. That even if a child is unable to get books, he or she can walk into a library and do a serious research for either the topics, the subjects he's doing in school, anything that they will need to research on. Today, even as we do all these researches, you find that if a library was there, today children will be understanding more about climate change, what to do, because those are the current issues that are affecting us. But when I go into a library, which we need, we will find ourselves with the old technologies of our agriculture. We will find ourselves with the old technology, the way we used to do veterinary, and yet seasons have changed. We are dealing with young people who are more ahead even with their teachers, and so we must be ahead. But I want to appreciate that when you look at the bill in Part 1, when it provides for preliminary matters, including the title, but Part 2 of the bill will tell you there's establishment of the Kenya National Library Service as a body corporate, which I agree. Then in clause 5 provides for the functions of that Kenya National Library Service. And when I say of Kenya National, it's not just the Kenya National that is at Upper Hill, it's the Kenya National we are talking about that should be replicated across the counties. That is why this function was devolved. But it seems, as much as we are forcing and looking at those functions, these are some of the functions also governors find like there are no functions, Mr. Speaker. You find governors will not even take any time to appreciate that you need a library for your children within your counties, not just our children, but anyone who would want to do research, who would want to even learn now your county. Nothing is there, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we go through this bill and ensure that it goes back to the Senate and we are able to pass it, what I would wish us to really look at is not just the structures of the library, where you have, I see we are saying you need to nominate 2 people from the county, I don't know. Every bill that we do here, we create some committees and all that. But the most important thing, we need to look at libraries. They must become our icons where our young people can go and study the country, can go and understand the country. I know many will say in a museum, fine, in a museum you'll find our history, yes, in visual, in picture it. But then a library you will read. It needs to give us back that knowledge of reading, because I know of late we are not reading. And that is why we pick on one thing and we run with it. By the time we realize we have done something wrong, and that is what is hurting us. So I think the library will help us, and let us have clubs of people of reading in schools, where you have teams reading, and reading will also help us, especially for us who sometimes you have challenges of your own mind, you are growing. That's why you see the scholars, the Anyang-Nyongs, the Orengos are still functioning, because they read books, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this library service, I can see we've put everything that is needed. But in research, we are saying conducting research in emerging issues, which I'm saying in terms of climate change and any other issue that is current. But here we are saying in libraries and related services, developing research database. I think database is now there. With all this data we are collecting, I don't think we should be continuing to allow the government at any ministry, Mr. Speaker, when they want to do data collect. Then why do we have a commission on data? Why are we spending money? We have to now start using what we have, but in the right way, Mr. Speaker, that we can link all these things to function better. And so for me, data collection, there's nothing like data collection. Data is already there. You've collected our data on fingers, you've collected our data on many other issues. Can we just be using that data? And if I am a new person, then let me go and register my data. But what is that? And that is why we are having a problem also, Mr. Speaker, in this share thing. Because of this same thing called data. So you wonder, why does a Kenyan have an ID number? You have I don't know what, you have. And when you tell the Ministry of Education also to help you with one thing called NEMIS, so that we get out of this problem once and for all, nobody wants to listen. If SHA would have told us that we are able to use a system that they've put in, we integrate everything, the better. Then nobody will be complaining, Mr. Speaker. So as we do these libraries, let us not put in things that already we have systems that are functioning. Those systems must integrate each other. We have information, communication, and technology, ICT control. Fine, you want to integrate in library services, integrate it across the country. It means we need 47 counties to have a library. So, Mr. Speaker, as I support, I think it is time. Let us use our resources as we know the challenges we are facing. Let us not spend extravagance in every sector. We just put some. And these committees we are putting, we must ask ourselves whether they are viable, because nowadays many things you can just do using technology. We don't really need to all the time have committees to function so that something can function. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
The Honorable Mazamzam, followed by MP for Wajir North, Sani. Zamzam Chimba.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi niweze kuchangia kwenye mswada ambao umeletwa bungeni leo Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati wetu kama tunakuwa Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa tuna library sehemu moja ambayo ilikuwa tukiita Kenya National Library Services Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati hizo watoto tulikuwa tunapata muda hata kama hatuna vitabu nyumbani, lakini kulikuwa na sehemu ambayo tuweza kwenda tukakaa tukasoma tukaboresha elimu yetu Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hata yule mtoto wa kimaskini wa kule chini aweza kupata nafasi, kwa sababu wengine hata taa kuweza kuafford ile taa wanashindwa Mheshimiwa Spika kule nyumbani. Sasa mtoto ilikuwa tunaenda kule library, unapata wakati wako sehemu ambayo ni ya science, sehemu ambayo ni agriculture, sehemu ambayo ni ya home science, sehemu ambayo ni ya arts na nini, ilikuwa tunapata katika library Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi nataka niseme hivi, sio katika kaunti 47 tu Mheshimiwa peke yake. Hapana Mheshimiwa Spika, ingewekwa mpaka kule kwenye constituency levels, kwa sababu kuna constituencies zingine ziko mbali sana. Mtoto kusafiri kutoka huku kwenda kwingine ni mbali. Kwa hiyo ingekuwa kila mbunge anawezeshwa kuweza kupata library katika constituency yake Mheshimiwa. Isiwe library tu ya kuitwa library Mheshimiwa, iwe ni library ambayo imefadhiliwa na vitabu vya kutosha, iwe imewekwa computers, iwe imewekwa kila kitu ambacho kinahitajika kwa mwanafunzi kuweza kujikwamua na kupata elimu Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, watoto wetu hasa wakati wa likizo unapata watoto wanaingia kwenye kamari, watoto wanaingia kwenye madisco, watoto wanaingia sehemu ambazo si nzuri Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo ikiwa kama wanaweza kupelekewa haya mahabara kule mashinani Mheshimiwa Spika, wakawa wanaweza kujifunza na kujituma kwa kutumia zile library, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata ile hadhi ya elimu, Mheshimiwa Spika, tutapata inapanda juu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini kila kitu ambacho kinapangwa na serikali lazima kiwe na mpangilio mzuri wa kuweza kukimiliki vizuri, wa kuweza kukiendesha vizuri, ili watoto wetu wakitaka kupata pale faida, Mheshimiwa Spika, kusiwe na changamoto, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo mengi sana yanatendeka katika vijiji, na kuna famili nyingi sana ambao ni maskini, hawawezi wakanunua vitabu. Na Kenya kwa wakati huu, sisi tunataka watoto wetu wajitume, wafanye research, wajue hili na lile. Juzi tumezungumzia hapa mambo ya Konza ambao ilikuwa na wakileta mambo ya kufanya zile digital hubs, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu tunataka ienee Kenya nzima, Mheshimiwa Spika. Watoto wetu, vijana wetu wapate mwanya wa kuweza kujituma, Mheshimiwa Spika, na kujiweka katika mfumo wa elimu ambao si kutegemea tu mwalimu darasani peke yake, Mheshimiwa Spika, ila wanaweza kuingia katika library wakaweza kujiboresha katika elimu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Juzi mimi nimeletewa barua na skuli tofauti ndani ya Mombasa County, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ingine nimeona ilikuwa Jomvu Secondary School, Jomvu Girls, wameomba kujengewa library, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu hii ni sehemu ambayo wanahitaji sana. Pengine wengi wanaweza kusema pengine waone umuhimu, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini kama mama Mombasa naona kuna umuhimu, si county peke yake, lakini mpaka kwenye constituency level hizi libraries ziweze kupelekwa. Na Mheshimiwa Wanyama amefikiria kitu kizuri sana kuweza kuleta katika bunge hili, manake ni katika sheria tu tukiweka ndio kitu kama kile chaweza kikaendeshwa vizuri bila kuwa na bugdha, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, bili hii si ndogo, ni nzuri sana. Na mimi naomba wabunge wenzangu tuweze kumuunga mkono mwenzetu ili tuweze kupatiana mwanya wa watoto wetu kuweza kusoma, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo namuunga Mheshimiwa Wanyama na nasema tuendelee kushika kasi, tuendelee kuwapa watoto wetu nafasi za kusoma, tuendelee kuboresha elimu ya watoto wetu, kwa sababu ndio uti wa mgongo wa taifa lolote. Lazima mtoto awe na elimu ya kutosha, awe ni maskini, awe ni tajiri, lazima tuangalie watoto wetu wanapata elimu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante sana kwa haya machache, na waachie wenzangu waweze nao kuchangia. Asante sana.
Kabla Mheshimiwa Wajir Kaskazini kabla hajaanza kuzungumza, nataka niwakaribishe wanafunzi wa kutoka shule ya upili wa Mudhwani ya vijana na wasichana, maanake kwa kimombo mixed secondary school, katika kata ya constituency Mboni Makwiny. Karibuni sana, mjionee wenyewe vile wanasiasa ama wabunge wanavyofanya hudumia nchi hii na kushughulikia mambo mengi. Nataka nimpe nafasi mheshimiwa kutoka sehemu za mashariki, ama ile inaitwa kusini ya mashariki ama South Eastern. Hapo ni kwa hiyo zamani ilikuwa ni Ukambani. Madam Rachel azungumze machache pia, nenda huko kule mbele, ndio wanafunzi wa kutoka region yako ama sehemu yako wanaweza wakakuona pia, uwape mawaidha. Nenda kwenda huko kwa the dispatch box ama anywhere where they can see you from. Popote wanaweza kukuona hawa. Endelea mheshimiwa, mwashieni microphone ndio azungumze, ndio wakaribishe wanafunzi wa kutoka kata ya uchaguzi wa Mboni.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Nashukuru sana kwa kunipatia fursa hii ili niweze kukaribisha wanafunzi ambao wanatoka shule ya Mudhwani. Ningependa kuwakaribisha sana katika bunge hili. Hapa ndipo mahali ambapo tunatunga sheria za nchi ya Kenya. Tunahakikisha ya kwamba serikali kuu inapata fedha za kufanya maendeleo. serikali zetu za kaunti zinapata pesa za kufanya maendeleo. Na pia tunaangalia vile ambavyo serikali inavyofanya kazi na hizo pesa ambazo wanapatiwa. Kwa hivyo, bila kuharibu wakati, Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru sana na ningependa kujiunga pamoja na wewe kama spika ambaye ako kwa kiti kwa wakati huu, pamoja na wabunge wale wengine, pamoja na spika wetu the Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, kuwakaribisha wanafunzi na kuwaambia wasome kwa bidii kwa sababu wao ndio viongozi wa kesho. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rachel Nyamai. Mheshimiwa wa Wajir Kaskazini, endelea na kuchangia hoja iliyoko mbele yetu leo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Library Service Bill 2023 is quite a straightforward bill. We appreciate that library services is a devolved function, and most of the libraries have been devolved to the counties. Mr. Speaker, this bill attempts to bring a different tier that is concerned with policy development, regulatory, making sure that standards are maintained and that there is an inspectorate services to oversee the library services in the country. Mr. Speaker, library services are quite an important thing all over in the world. Libraries enhance literacy, they enhance education. Indeed, they are the repository of education. All that we go through in school are sourced mainly from books. So libraries are nearly the repository of education. Libraries also help in access to information. Access to information is a right, but for sure most of the information is acquired from books, that which is written, and although there are challenges of going virtual, books still and libraries in their entirety serve as an important access for information, Mr. Speaker. Libraries do the role of cultural preservation and history of our society. However, there are challenges facing libraries today. Libraries are no longer, physical libraries are no longer enticing, they are not friendly. Library services have gone digital, virtual, and I think there is quite a bit of challenge in making sure that virtual libraries and database management of the technologies that are so involved is a big challenge in making sure that our libraries are up to date. Mr. Speaker, automation of all that is in books, that automation, making sure that all that is virtual in the internet is automated, is also a big challenge. And more so, being a member of a nomadic community, how do pastoralist communities take advantage of library services is a big concern. We from Northern Kenya, the ASALs, given that there is a higher degree of illiteracy, given that internet services is limiting, given that even the old physical structures that were libraries are inadequate and have not been to the northern frontier districts, are not there. So how will library services reach the nomadic communities? How can it go in tandem with the livelihood of pastoralists? Pastoralists are Kenyans. They are entitled to every right that is also available to the resident ones. So there can't be no excuse in telling us that there are challenges, these are nomads, and this right is limited, or they can't access this information or that services. The government must conceive mechanisms, friendly ways of making sure that pastoralists, however their livelihood is complicated, whether they are on the move 24/7, They should come with novel ways of making sure that information, library services more so, are available to the pastoralist child, as access to education has nothing to do with livelihood. It is a right, and it shall remain a right, Mr. Speaker. One other big challenge to the library service is understaffing. It has limited staff. I think it is time to it's time for the library sector to make sure that they get the right services, the human capital, the human resources, so trained on information sciences, so averse to the fact that there are new challenges to the frontier of library services in terms of technology and the digital concerns. Those are the skills so required to make sure that there is the right manpower to manage library services, be they at the county level or the one that is being envisaged to be developed at the urban centers at the national level, Mr. Speaker. One other big challenge is the quality of information and material in the libraries. Mr. Speaker, what you will find in the libraries today is as old as Shakespeare. Books of Shakespeare, old books. Education has been transforming daily, monthly, annually. Things have been changing. The world is changing rapidly, so fast. And yet you see all we have in our libraries are old information, outdated information. Scientific concepts that have been overtaken are still there. I think there is need to make sure that those old books, in as much as they are also required for purposes of reference, to at least showcase that there is a trajectory from point A to a new development. But still, we need new books. We need to equip our libraries with new books to make sure that new facts, new advances are brought to the fore for our children to take advantage of them. Authenticity is a big concern in our library services. The social media has complicated issues that anything can go viral and people will take it as information, and as Wikipedia has become a kind of, even in the universities, there is the mistake of quoting Wikipedia as an authority. That's a big challenge. Anybody under a tree can go to Google and put all information on the internet. So I think in as much as we are managing our library services, there must be stringent standards, concerns to make sure that all that is available virtually, should there be any, is authentic, genuine, and protected, Mr. Speaker. The bill seeks to establish national libraries at the urban centers. In as much as it is devolved, I can at least see there's an attempt to establish a national library managed by the national government in the main cities of the country. It's welcome. They will serve as model libraries for those that are devolved. They will be a resource center. They will provide the requisite backup for what is devolved. As we know, our devolved units are still they have problems, they have challenges, and it will take time for them to stabilize and make sure that they deliver as is expected of them. Finally, Mr. Speaker, devolution means taking services to the people at the lowest level. Even for those devolved functions at the county level, it doesn't mean devolving things to county headquarters. One of the principles of devolution is to make sure that progressively things are devolved to the lowest level so that all citizens can access services. From Wajir County, I expect libraries to be in all sub-counties of Wajir County, Mr. Speaker. I know there is a library in Butte, though dysfunctional and not in good state. I look forward to a situation when we will have a library in Buna sub-county, in Korondile sub-county, in Eldar sub-county, and all the sub-counties. It doesn't mean the fact that things have been devolved. They will still be centralized at the county headquarters. We are making a big mistake that devolution means taking things to county headquarters only. Devolution means cascading these things to the lowest of the low. Those, the remotest areas, should be able to access this service. Without much ado, I support the bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Millie Odhiambo wa kutoka eneo la bunge la Suba Kaskazini. Akifuatwa na Mheshimiwa wa Dagoretti Kusini. Endelea Mheshimiwa Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and also thank you for intimidating us with Kiswahili. There, Mr. Speaker, I have no clue what you have said, but I trust you have said good things. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the mover for clarifying that this bill was...
Mheshimiwa wa Dagoretti Kusini anataka kukupa kukupasha habari. Umekubali?
Nimekubali.
Tueleze Mheshimiwa.
Mr. Speaker, it is just a point of information because the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, a very accomplished member of this House, says that she might not have understood what you said in Swahili. It would be important, Mr. Speaker, for me to even understand, because one of the requirements of any member to be in this House is a proficiency in English and in Kiswahili. And more importantly, for members who even came here earlier than us. And I remember when the elections of 2007 or 2013, when the Honorable Millie was coming to this House, that was the only requirement, even before the degrees requirement. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to establish whether the Honorable Millie Odhiambo was able to pass that test.
For your information, she has been here from the 10th Parliament non-stop. She first came into this Parliament as a nominated MP in the 10th Parliament, and she has been elected since, and she's still there.
Raising my concern even further, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, though that's not a point of information. That is seeking clarification. And I want to assure my brother that, yes, I passed the proficiency test for Kiswahili of Kenya, not the Tanzanian one that the Speaker is talking. The Speaker has just spoken the Tanzanian Kiswahili. The Kenyan one of Tafadhali Pata Chunga, that one I can manage, Mr. Speaker. But those conquans, Mr. Speaker, I cannot manage. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I just want to say I support and thank the mover for clarifying that this bill was before the House in the last Parliament because it was looking extremely familiar. And I discovered, Mr. Speaker, that I'd actually given a lot of input and even proposed amendments. And I've seen that some of my amendments were carried, and I'm very appreciative, even though the others that were not picked. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this bill, which is a Kenya National Library Services Bill, is very necessary. Post-2010, Mr. Speaker, library services have been devolved, and I want to agree with the members that are saying that the fact that it has been devolved does not mean that library should only be at the county levels. And Mr. Speaker, even at those county levels, we don't have libraries of a standard that would actually equalize what we'd be considering a library that should be in those counties. Mr. Speaker, in Mutembei, for instance, there was a library that was promoted by Honorable Mama Ida Odinga, a very excellent library at Ogande Girls, and which is almost complete. And Mr. Speaker, I'd want to say that those are the kind of library standards that we would want in every county. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we should then also devolve the libraries to our sub-county levels and even further. I have a program in my constituency called Dear Suba North, which is Drop Everything and Read Suba North, that promotes a culture of reading. And it's just that our CDF resources are less, but I'd hoped to even set up a mobile library using the boat that moves in the 7 islands of Suba North. We have 7 islands in Suba North that would move in the 7 islands to promote reading as a culture. I am an avid reader, but I'm also a writer, Mr. Speaker. I've only last week launched one of my books, Rigged. Currently, I'm concurrently writing 6 other books. I am a very passionate reader and writer. And Mr. Speaker, that is why, and the reason why I do this is because I know reading has actually enabled me to be who I am. I was lucky to have a mother who went to school at a time when women didn't go to school. And my mother encouraged a reading culture in our household. And because of that, most of us, even though she was a widow with 8 children, in fact, almost all of us went up to university, despite the fact that she was a widow, because she encouraged a reading culture in our lives. And I know that through digitization, which I actually proposed certain amendments in the earlier bill, through digitization, we have, or we can open up the world and get more information and get opportunities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm actually trying to open my computer and my computer doesn't recognize me. Now this is the challenge of digitization. How can my own computer not recognize my finger? Oh, there. And not recognize my face. Mr. Speaker.
Mheshimiwa Gogo, Dr. Gogo, anataka kukupasha ujumbe. Uko tayari?
Mr. Speaker, only if they will compensate my time, or you'll compensate my time taken by KJ and Dr. Gogo, I don't mind being informed. That we are dealing with library services, which is about information. So I'm okay being informed, okay. Yes. And she's a PhD doctor, so she's learned.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and I wanted to inform my sister not to forget her promise to donate books of Obi Rig to Rangwe constituency, which she just recently launched, and I wanted to celebrate her on that. But I wanted you to just to inform you so that it goes on record that I'm able to follow you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I will not only give the donate to Rangwe the book Rig of Birig, but I will also donate the book Rough Silk by Deborah Tendo, an amazing book, and I want to thank Kenyans for having this culture of writing and telling stories and speaking the unspoken that people have never spoken about. And so I will donate to your constituency the books, and we can twin and do a competition and our Dear Suba North program, where we have a spelling bee competition to encourage that reading culture. We must make sure that our young people are not just experts in Ohangla. Mr. Speaker, I'm an excellent dancer, but when I was in my constituency recently with Honorable Joyce Bensouda, I told the young girls that life is not just about dancing. Because there's a growing culture that young people now think the only thing that we can do is dance weekend to weekend. That dancing is basically to make us relax. But the primary thing is we must progress in other areas, including education. Mr. Speaker, I will be proposing amendments, which I know I proposed in the last session of Parliament. And I think because we are not too used to things that sound conk. Mr. Speaker, I had actually proposed a Kenya Resource Identification Numbers Agency. And for those of us who are published, you can tell, you know that we have such an agency that actually sets standards to administer international standard resource identification numbers for books, serials, magazines, music, and other resources. And the functions of the agency should be, amongst others, to provide a linkage between the national agency and other international resource number agencies for the purposes of the development of unique identification system for resource identification materials in Kenya, amongst other factors. Mr. Speaker, when I had actually made that proposal, the committee at that time thought it was too complex. But if you look, I wish I had a copy of my book here, I would have shown you that you will see a barcode that has a unique identifier number. And you cannot have that unless you actually have a system. And we have an agency that administers that in Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, it should be for whether music, books, and others. And so I will be proposing further amendments to this bill, but I want to thank the committee that they have taken the issue of digitization, which I had proposed in this era and time. We are moving, even now I'm selling my books, and people are more, especially in diaspora, are more concerned about receiving the digital version. Of course, me as a compassionate reader, I have to get the physical version of books. I'm that old school, but we must provide that. I'm also happy that they've also provided for Braille, a version for persons with disabilities. I'm happy about that as well. And Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I just want to say that one of the things, because we are dealing with issues of abuse of girls, and no distraction like the dancing that I was talking about. And one of the ways to keep our girls and young boys engaged is to promote this reading culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support this bill with proposed amendments.
Mheshimiwa wa Dagoretti Kusini akifuatwa na Mheshimiwa wa Kilgoris.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. And I take this opportunity to first thank the committee led by the Honorable Wanyama for processing, and the committee members of this amazing committee for processing such a good bill for us to be debating. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to...
Yes, the Honorable Emilio Odhiambo is on a point of order.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable KJ, I don't know if it's KJ or Lillian, when one of them was raising the point of orders and had spoken to the issue of attending my lunch. Could I please just say, give my gratitude to the members of parliament who came for the lunch and supported. Members came overwhelmingly, and I just want to thank you. I don't take it for granted. And the office of the clerk, I just want to thank you
Fair
for
enough.
the support.
It's not a point of order, but nonetheless, I think it's taken. It's taken with the dignity.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to request that you protect my time.
Proceed, I'll protect you.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I was thanking the committee under the leadership of Honorable Wanyama and the members of this committee for processing this bill that had come to us in the last parliament. Preliminarily also, Mr. Speaker, because we are talking about libraries and repositories of knowledge, Mr. Speaker, allow me to also congratulate the Honorable Millie Mabona Odhiambo, who has recently launched a book by the name Rig or Be Rigged, a book which I would recommend to every member of this House, and especially members of the fair agenda, the younger members of parliament who are joining politics at a very young age. They might want to have a look and a read of the book that was launched by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Mr. Speaker, we are here talking about a bill that is seeking to establish the Kenya National Library Service so that we're able to provide for the management of the Kenya National Library Services and for other connected purposes. And Mr. Speaker, we are speaking at a time when we understand that library services were devolved to the counties. But Mr. Speaker, with this devolution, a tragedy was occasioned upon this country. When the libraries were devolved to the counties, they were actually devolved to the counties to go and die. The situation was already so dire before even we devolved libraries, to a point where the joke was being made that if you want to hide anything from a Kenyan or from an African, hide it in a book. Because it was known that Kenyans do not read, Africans do not read, and this would be a time when we would be disabusing this notion. However, counties have not stepped up to the plate to protect these repositories of knowledge known as libraries. Neither have counties worked hard enough to bring the libraries that are in this country up to speed with the technology and the times, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is spelling out the purpose of this piece of legislation if it becomes law. And it is saying that the purpose of this bill is to preserve national documentary heritage and to be able to distinguish between the functions of the Kenya National Library Services from other public libraries. Madam Speaker, the issue of the preservation of national documentary heritage is critical for this country, and especially at a time like this. Madam Speaker, when myself and yourself were in the university, I used to be part of a troupe called the Kenyatta University Traveling Theatre. And it ended up giving birth to a show known as Ridiculous, which ended up being one of the most watched shows in Kenya's history. And at that time, it was billed as the most watched show at that time in East and Central Africa. And what I learned then, Madam Speaker, is that with every production that we made, there were people who were seeking out the content for preservation. One of such people is the Library of Congress in the United States of America. They were keen to have every single episode of Ridiculous documented and deposited at the Library of Congress for records, Madam Speaker. You can imagine that if I wanted Ridiculous today, I might not get it in any of the Kenyan libraries, Madam Speaker. It tells you what tragedy we have gotten into with these libraries, Madam Speaker. But even more importantly, Madam Speaker, we are in what is being called the 4IR, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which shall be driven by data. But as we speak today, the situation of data representation is in such a way that we might be walking back to the era that we were in times of colonization and in the times of slave trade, where the extractive economy was the order of the day. Knowledge being extracted from this continent and being imported to other places, so that if you look at London today, look at New York, look at big cities in the East, these are cities that have been built on the back, the blood, the sweat, and the tears of the African, Madam Speaker. But even more tragically, that story is not recorded anywhere. So that if you go to a school today and ask a child where the source of knowledge is, they will tell you that intelligence comes from the West, not knowing that Africa at some point was the superpower of knowledge. And in fact, Madam Speaker, it was just the other day that we were here in this floor having a conversation with the Honorable CNN and talking about the great libraries of Africa, the great libraries that were in Mali, that were in Cairo, that were in this land that we call Abyssinia or Kush kingdoms, that were in the area that we live in today, the great libraries of South Africa. Madam Speaker, generations that will come after us might never know that the idea of the library was actually birthed in Africa, that technology was birthed in Africa, because that big gap exists. So, Madam Speaker, what this committee has done is a great service, not only to our country, not only to the Kenya National Library Services, but also to this continent, for that one purpose of the preservation of national documentary heritage. Madam Speaker, we are moving to a world where globalization shall be the order of the day. Globalization might end up having all of us speaking one tongue, one language. What happens to Dr. Oundo's language or vernacular language? What happens to mine? What happens to yours, Madam Speaker? Today, the Mudharaka, who is represented by the Honorable Gigi Morogara here, should be bidding for a pole position in the new world, together with the French, together with the Spanish, together with the English. But how will the Dharaka be bidding for that pole position if their traditional oral cultural heritage is not recorded? So, Madam Speaker, I'm very concerned about the functions that have been listed here, and more especially because of a function listed here in clause 5B, where they say that the functions of the Kenya National Library Service shall be to acquire, preserve and maintain a collection of library resources, including books produced within Kenya, and such other material and sources of knowledge necessary for a comprehensive national bibliography. Madam Speaker, to be able to do this, these libraries will need to be equipped, because the people of the Raka never used to write. Their knowledge is not recorded in numeracy, it is not recorded in literacy. So there must be a method of collecting the traditional oral stories that my grandmother used to tell. Moturio turaga. Where will we find this when we have a generation, and I put that in quotes. Moturio turaga means the craftsman who is so well versed in their craft, and a story that is narrated so well by my grandmother that it even has some music in it. So we need these libraries to be able to capture the soulful notation of the music that was traditionally sung by our people, record it, and preserve it for the national bibliography that is listed here in this library. Madam Speaker, the other point I would like to raise is about duplication of duties. Madam Speaker, as we speak, in the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology, there is an entity called the Kenya Yearbook. And the Kenya Yearbook is preparing bibliographies every other day. So there might be a synergy between the Kenya National Library Services and other entities who are aiming to do the same as what the Kenya National Library is doing. And Madam Speaker, the world of the future will depend on collaborations. Not a single individual or department or agency will be able to stand on its own like an island. Each collaborative effort shall work towards attaining the aspirations of this bill. Madam Speaker, I stand to support, and when it comes to the third reading, Madam Speaker, the amendments that some of us would be willing to put into this bill so that we fortify it, because it is a good bill. Madam Speaker, I support and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable KJ. Honorable members, I would like to confirm that the Honorable KJ, Kenyatta University, he was a great member of the Kenyatta University Traveling Theatre, and he was as eloquent as he is. And I would like to say that KJ Goris. So you may proceed, the Honorable Sonkuli.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity, speaking after very eloquent members, as you have confirmed, the Honorable KJ, and before him, Honorable Billy Odhiambo. Madam Speaker, I think last week or so, we debated a motion which was brought by the Honorable KJ. And this was to do with museums that had a tilt towards science. This bill, of course, is a general library issue. And I'm in the health committee, and most of the people in that committee are people whose mentality is science. Unfortunately for me, I am actually an arts person. And Madam Speaker, I support this bill by the Honorable Wanyama. But while I support, I also lament that we are doing two things that are opposite. One, we are establishing a library service that is national, and then at the same time, we have devolved the libraries. And I totally agree with the Honorable KJ that the devolved part of the libraries might not see the light of day if the mentality of governors continues to be what it is now. Because first of all, the reading culture in Kenya has gone down. Then secondly, the way things are done in counties is such that the tangible things are more important than the software. And the libraries are the important part in the preservation of knowledge. Now, this particular bill has in section 5, E, put as one of its purpose One of these purposes is promote reading for knowledge, information, and enjoyment through the stimulation of public interest books, blah, blah, blah. Madam Speaker, when I was growing up, we were reading textbooks, but not in the same way that the students now read. Nowadays, students are glued to reading what they call set books. For us, thanks to one great man called what was the name again of the Heinemann boss, they set up a series of books called African Writers Series, where the African writers actually were promoted deliberately to write their books. And that's where in Kenya, you got people like Francis Mbuga, you got people like Meja Mwangi, and of course the pioneers of it were Ngugi wa Thiong'o, although really I think the readable books of Ngugi were when he was called James Ngugi. The rest he wrote. Back to reading. And that is good. But let us also use this purpose of the library to deliberately promote our young people to write creative literature, novels, fiction, because that also helps them in a great deal. And the work of this library will therefore be to promote them, but also to create a space where these things are seen, where they are read. And I will look forward to a situation where I can have a library in Kilgoris. And therefore, the CDF should be coached in such a way that it can actually to enable the promotion of libraries within our constituencies. But at the national level, we need this as a grand plan. We need a good library in Kisumu. We need a good library in Eldoret, in Nakuru, in Mombasa, in the big cities, so that people can go there to actually celebrate and read and take readership into account. Now I can see Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things I had my friend KJ talk about libraries being equipped. One of the other good things about libraries, if you don't have all the equipment there, if you don't have all the books there, you link to other libraries. In the university, one university in Leicester where I did my master's, I didn't have to get all the books. I just requested the university to link me to their other libraries. And this is important because generally the universities in Kenya should be able to establish good libraries so that you can link, if you are in the National Library Service facility, you can actually connect to the University of Nairobi. My university, the University of Nairobi, has a good library. And we can actually link ourselves to that university. We have to create libraries that link themselves to major libraries. But, Mr. Speaker, I agree. When you look at some of these libraries today, they are very archaic. I actually used to think that we have a wonderful Kenya National Archives until the other day when I sent my researcher to go to get some items there. Mr. Speaker, you will be shocked. We are not running those institutions to the satisfaction of the present, let alone for the future. The National Library Service should be run in such a way that it keeps information updated without destroying the information of long ago. I wanted to know what happened about the migration of the Maasai from Eldoret, because our colleagues in Eldoret do not know that actually that land was ours until just the other day. When I tried to get the records, I can't get them. They were there, somebody took them, and you can't find it. So we have to put knowledge in our computers. We have to preserve knowledge in the libraries in such a manner that it will be satisfactory for the future. The establishment of libraries is a good idea. But I dread to think that the government may not even find money to do that. I know that it is not a priority. But it is up to us, those of us who believe in reading, to make sure that the government finds money to make libraries work in Kenya. And to a great extent, Honorable Wanyama, write this bill in such a way as to preserve enough control at the center. Don't devolve everything. And I think the best way to do it is the way we have done the hospitals. I think you better have a level 1 library, which can be managed somewhere, and a level 2 library. And then you can have a level 5 library, which must be managed by the central government here. Because if you don't do it, if you give everything to the counties, you have actually killed our libraries. I wish to thank you very much for this bill. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the young people of our country will actually go back to the books, and that we stop a culture where we can actually hide our money inside our books because our sons will not find it. And I beg to support.
The Honorable Rachel Mayamai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to start by saying that I support this bill done by the Honorable Wanyama through the departmental committee, which he chairs. And I would like to thank the members, including the members who are in this house, including the Honorable Charles Nguna, who has put a lot of effort in it. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill. And I would like to say that there was a big attempt to make it pass in the 11th Parliament, and it was not completed, and it is here with us again, so that this August House in the 13th Parliament can do it. And now that it is in the level of debate, I believe that it is going to go all the way to the end, so that the many amendments that have been suggested through public participation, which has been done very well, Honorable Speaker, I've been able to go through the report, and I've seen that the committee was able to reach out to stakeholders in this sector, including the Kenya National Libraries, who have given very good suggestions on how this can be done. And I would like to agree with the other members who have spoken before me, including the member for Kilgoris, the Honorable KJ, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who are suggesting that let us not just devolve libraries, because we need proper buildings, we need the best human resource, and we need the best level of storage, including both in hard copies and soft copies, including linkages, which is at international level. So, Honorable Speaker, when we leave this at the counties, we may end up losing because they may not have the financial capacity, the technical capacity, and also the ability to link internationally. So I would like to agree with the other members. Honorable Speaker, beyond the Kenya National Libraries, they were also able to reach to the Kenya Library Association and also the Council of Governors and many other stakeholders to enrich this bill. And I believe that in the third reading, it will be richer than it is. Honorable Speaker, Kenya will be joining other countries that have national libraries that include Iceland, India, Indonesia, Iran, USA, Belgium, Denmark. Honorable Speaker, where I went to school. And I want to say that Denmark, Mr. Speaker, is one of the countries that encourage the culture of reading. Not only, in fact, they start with their own language, the Danish, that their children are experts in Danish, and they understand the Danish culture, and they understand the Danish language. Then now children start going to other countries after understanding and appreciating their own culture. Back home here, we have many other countries that have taken up, Algeria, Angola. So Kenya will be doing what other African countries are doing. So, Honorable Speaker, as I join the other members in appreciating that this is a very important bill, it is going to help us pick from where the Honorable KJ left. And last week, we were debating the matter of having museums within our counties. And I think this is bringing a linkage between the museums and also libraries. That we are going to have a way of securing books, our journals, our stories, not only in English, but in our native languages, Kiswahili, and then now to English. Honorable Speaker, we have realized that data is not just data, but data can be used for economic purposes. We have seen people who have enriched themselves through storytelling, telling stories in their own language, these stories going to YouTube, being transcribed in other languages, and people making money out of it. So it is not only for preservation of culture, but also for economic value. That we have young people, Honorable Speaker, today, who are highly talented. Mr. Speaker, you should have seen the talent that we had in university. Myself and the Honorable KJ, when we acted, I did not do it the way that the Honorable KJ did, but I was there. Mr. Speaker, I wish I was recorded. I was not recorded the way the Honorable KJ was recorded. Mr. Speaker, was so beautiful. You should have seen me dance. Now that was lost. I wish it was recorded. Because now when I try to dance the way I danced when I was university, it does not come out the way it did. But I still try. But Mr. Speaker, if that was recorded, I had a very good figure. I've already lost it. No, we lost. We do not want the young people today to lose it. We want them to be recorded because it will be so encouraging for them to see how they were when they are old, looking back to themselves when they were younger. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that this is a wonderful bill. It's going to be used to not only secure what we have as a country. I keep looking at the carvings from Wamunyu in Ukambani. Who will tell the story of the carvers? We may lose it. Mr. Speaker, who is going to tell us the story of the Kiondo? We've already lost it, Honorable Speaker, because it has been registered by other countries. And now, Kiondo seems to be a story of other people, now coming back to Kenya as a story of other people. The story of the Kikoi, Honorable Speaker, we are also losing it to other people. But the Kikoi is a Kenyan story belonging to a Kenyan community that is the Maasai, and we would have documented. We have not lost it completely. We can still do it today, Honorable Speaker. Point of information.
Yes. Do you wish to be informed?
By the Honorable KJ?
Yes.
Definitely.
Proceed, KJ. Proceed. Give him the mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, our standing orders do allow for us to inform a member who is on the floor if they would allow. And Mr. Speaker, I am not standing to inform or confirm that the Honorable Rachel Nyamai was actually a very beautiful girl and she had an amazing figure. And it is true also, Mr. Speaker, that yes, she was a participant in the theater arts, she was a participant in the music when we were in the university. But that's not the information that I seek to offer. I'm seeking to offer the information that the Wamunyu covers have a great history about them. This is a history about one Kamba man who had some interaction with the Makonde people of South Africa and was able to learn this trade out of this Makonde man and came back home with this beautiful knowledge and craftsmanship and settled in a place in Machakos County called Wamunyu. And this is the point that I think the Honorable Rachel Nyamai is trying to say, that without the records, then this becomes a story that is untold. And yes, Mr. Speaker, what I needed to say is what I had said when we were contributing to the Science Museum contribution, that if you do not tell your story the way you want to tell it, it shall be told by someone else in a way that you don't want to tell. So I want to confirm, yes, it is true, and inform the Honorable Rachel Manyamai as of the history of the Wamonyo people and the covers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Nyamai. I don't know how many minutes you have, but...
Thank you very much for information and confirmation by the Honorable KJ. And for relating the matter of the Akamba and the history and why it happened in Wamonyo. And I hope that this can be documented better. Honorable Speaker, also by appreciating our authors, I believe that we can establish a hall of greatness for our authors and for our leaders. And Honorable Speaker, this is the place which will encourage people even to write more so that they can see the value, and putting it at the top of appreciation as we appreciate and give people EBS, CBS, EGH, having our great authors like the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, the Honorable Duale, the Honorable Baba, Raila Amolo Odinga, among other people, and the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, who have written books and having them appreciated in a place where they'll feel great that they've done work for Kenyans. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to appreciate what Kenyans have been doing. I've been watching a lady called Lily Ngoge. I have problems pronouncing the word Ngogi. Honorable Speaker, because in Kikamba there is no G without N. So when I say Lin Ngonge, Goge, it's because I'm trying to pronounce this word Lin Goge. She has done a wonderful job, Honorable Speaker, trying to document our stories. I've seen her moving towards politics, but she has done a lot to tell the story of Kenyans. We are sending it out there where it has to go to YouTube, but at the end of the day, they get something done in terms of being paid as Kenyans for producing Kenyan work. And we look forward to having more people like these ones. Honorable Speaker, we would like to see more of collaboration between the originators so that we do not lose the originators, then to the organizers, then to the financiers, in a way that nobody is left behind, such that someone does not come up with a very good story, and then the story goes to the person who is recording, and then you lose it there. We would like to see beneficence from the young people who are producing, the organizers who are collecting this information, and then the financiers, so that they have a very good agreement that they do not lose their data, that they do not benefit all throughout their lives. Because we have seen a situation where those who benefit are the financiers, and those who started the story are left behind. They are paid peanuts. And then those who benefit are the ones who have the money to put the stories together. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a very good bill, and I look forward to listening to my colleagues as they support it. I support it fully. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
The Honorable Mishimboko, followed by the Honorable Murugara. Honorable members, most of you will have a bite at this, so don't worry.
Give me the mic, Honorable Speaker.
Can you move to the next one? I made to understand that the one you're trying to use has issues. Okay, there you go now.
The mic now. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill on Kenya National Library Service Bill number 20 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, this bill, its objective is to give effect to Article 11(2)(a) of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, this bill also wants to distinguish between the function of the National Library and those of the public library, which are devolved
in the county level, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, National Library Services are vital institutions that contribute to the preservation of cultural heritage. It also supports education and research and also promotes access to information for all our citizens in this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is really unfortunate when you go back to our counties and we see the public library which we have. It is really pathetic. Anytime you enter in this library, the materials you're going to see, all the books you see, some of them are outdated, some of them are obsolete, and I think maybe even the governors, they have not even put any funding to ensure that at least we empower this library. Honorable Speaker, the library play important roles which include preserving national heritage by collecting published and those which are unpublished information material for use by our future generation. Honorable Speaker, my sister Rachel has talked lengthily on so many areas whereby we need to keep deposit of all those information for our future and even current generation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our library also acts as legal deposit on behalf of government. It maintains all our records within our country, Honorable Speaker. When you are talking about our database, we want to know about the statistic of our population and so many other statistics. We can just go to the library and then we can retrieve this information. Honorable Speaker, our researchers, those who want to research on several issues, there are so many emerging issues, be it in terms of agriculture, environment, and other areas. We need to have a platform whereby our researchers can access reading materials. They can also connect local and even international through networks on international libraries, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it also provides variety of information and resources which can facilitate our learners, especially our students in our learning institution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you remember during vacation, those days when we are still in secondary school, we used to go to the library and you used to go and read and keep on reading, and we didn't even have time just to sit idle and maybe do some things which are not good to our society. But nowadays, because we have not enriched our libraries and we have not even put some resources in our library, it is really very, very difficult to ensure that our students can access these libraries. The one in Mombasa County, it is really unfortunate because it is too small. Even the capacity inside there, you can even ask yourself how many students can come and maybe sit and just access to the books and the other reading materials. I think there is a need to ensure there is a proper structure, there is a mechanism to ensure how do we get some funding. And that is why I want to agree with the proposal of these bills that they say there must be a statutory recognition of this national library. And again, they must have some authority and rather maybe some degree of autonomy so that they can have some competence in terms of management to ensure that this is a very vital platform to ensure that we encourage the reading culture, because this is the only way we can ensure that education can flourish, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say that this bill is very special and very important in our country in terms of socio-economic development, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, anytime you ensure you build the reading culture, the culture of reading, this is the only way that we can ensure that Kenyans can be critical thinkers. Kenya can be having some new knowledge and develop new technology. With the era of digital, things keep on changing each and every day. And our scholars and our professionals, they need to access to reading material so that they can develop and they can be in tandem with what is happening in the current generation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with the CBC, which we are having right now in our schools, we really need to have library in every school, be it in the primary level or in the secondary level. We need to have we have to have a library. I'm looking on the ASAL areas, especially those from Northeastern. whereby even accessing to education is a problem, and you're just asking yourself, how many libraries do we have? Can these students access to this library? How long should they travel, or rather tarmac, to ensure that they have a place where they can call it a library, and then they can access to information and other learning materials, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say that we need to encourage, as members of parliament, because we have the NGCDF funds, we need to ensure that we put some libraries in our schools. And also we need to have what we call community libraries, because education, or rather knowledge, is not only for those students or our pupils, it's also for Kenyans. Kenyans need to understand what are the emerging issues locally and even international, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that libraries are non-profit making organization. And so we need to have a way on how we can give them some resources, or rather some funding. And I don't know whether in our budgeting, anytime we do some budgeting, whether we are putting this as a priority, or we are just taking it as just a function without any priority area. I think, Honorable Speaker, it is really high time to ensure that we have resources. And that is why today in this parliament, we launched the e-library. Because library is not only physical, but it's also digital. This is an era of digital. We need to have digital library to ensure that even Kenyans down there, those whom we represent, can understand what is going on in this chamber, what is going on in the committee meetings, how are the members contributing, how are the members representing them. And that is why we say we need to have this digital platform, and then we link them to our website, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say that we are having this, what we call internship programs. And for internship programs, we need these students, some from the university, some from other colleges. They also need to access to adequate materials for them to empower themselves academically, Honorable Speaker. And that is why I say it is very, very important to ensure that we go as per the technology, because technology keep on changing each and every day, Honorable Speaker. We want to ensure that also our National Library can have some networks globally, so that at least our scientists, our entrepreneurs, our innovators can also have can have a platform where they can converge, discuss, share ideas, and develop some technologies which maybe can assist us in having some solution in the emerging problems which are encountering in our country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill has talked about maintenance of our record. Because when you're talking about maintenance, it means you are keeping it in the form it is. But we also need to say that we have to preserve. We need to preserve them so that we can prevent them from decay, from loss, from damage, because of climate maybe, when the weather, and so many other reasons. So I want to say that when we are doing that, we need to think on those areas, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill has also talked about putting this library in a good standard. And this standard should be both physical and also through digital. That is what I really want to emphasize, Honorable Speaker, so that we ensure we are going as per the technology, how it is really taking us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I really want to emphasize that we ensure our schools will have this library. I don't know what are we going to do as per NGCDF, that maybe we can put some policy to ensure that at least any school you build as a member of parliament, you need to ensure that you also get a library within that school, so that we ensure all our schools will have some library at the grassroots level.
Mheshimiwa, you are not on record now. You've exhausted your 10 minutes. It's Murugara, followed by Eva Bara, and then followed by Madam Ombaka.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to rise and support this bill a very important bill we debate today. And I begin by thanking the Honorable Daniel Sitati Wanyama, the chairperson of the Committee on Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. Daniel Sitati is not known for many things, but he's a very good sportsman, and he has a famous handshake, which most of us try to avoid as much as we can, because we know him for that. He's also a great sports person.
What's your point of order? The MP for, is it Mwingi West? Proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just want to inform my colleague, Honorable Murugara, that Daniel Wanyama is a well-known volleyballer who was the captain of Kenya team during the Olympics, and is famous for sports because I have done many relay sports, especially Yala games, and he is well known in Parliament for representing Kenya, not only in Kenyan Parliament, but also across East Africa, Mr. Speaker. So I think Daniel Wanyama is a well-known person with many personalities. The chair is
going to allow your compliments, but that's not a point of order. Proceed, Brugara. But the compliments, I'm sure, are well taken by Daniel. Thank you very much, Mr. Parliament Speaker. Is happy that one of their own has an image outside.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Brugara. And thank you very much, Honorable Charles Guna, CNN, for that unsolicited information, because I didn't solicit for it. But thank you very much. Charles Nguna is from Mwingi West, which is not far from Tharaka. In between lies the vast Mwingi North constituency. Then you cross Tana River into Tharaka. I was just giving accolades to the chairperson of the Committee on Sports and Culture, because he's known for several things, the topmost being a great sports person in this republic. And then he has the famous handshake, which not many of the parliamentarians here wish to come into contact with it. But excellent job done here to bring this bill, which is supposed to make a distinction between the Kenya National Library Services and the public libraries, which are found in the rural areas, which are manned by counties. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, first and foremost to just give a briefing of what happened yesterday in my constituency, Tharaka, because I think it's vitally important and connected to what we are debating today. A community library was commissioned at a place known as Gatunga, which is in the Tharaka North sub-county of Tharaka constituency. It is a community library and IT center through the efforts of a lady in Tharaka who does lots of community work known as Anseta Kiriga. She has an organization known as Tharaka Women Welfare Projects. And I was ably represented by my office manager when the USAID, the mission director is Mr. David Gosner, who came over to commission this, accompanied by another gentleman known as Dr. Onesimus Kiminza. He's the director of Sisters Read. I believe this is an organization that also deals with libraries. Yesterday, I was able to donate more than 3,500 books donated to me by a gentleman by the name Douglas Mugendi from Tharaka Nithi. He has an international NGO known as Solidarity International Trust, and therefore he does this charitable work, for which I'm grateful. I'm grateful to USAID and the Sisters Read and the lady Anseta Kiriga, because this is what we are debating today. Let me also register my thanks to the Kenya National Library Services Board, which is going to be the precursor of what we are debating today, for promising to donate to me 3,500 books, which I'll be taking to this library. This is the first library in the Tharaka constituency. We do not even have public libraries. When we want to do library matters or get library services, we have to go all the way to Meru town, because this is where we find one library service, which used to be under the Kenya National Library Service, but now must be under the county government of Meru, having inherited it from the national government. Library services are actually devolved, most of it, especially public libraries. And it is important to point out that our counties have not done much regarding public libraries. We want to see a lot more being done, as happened in Tharaka. I haven't heard of the commitments the county government made when they visited the place yesterday to attend this commissioning, but I expect to hear from them that they are also part and parcel of founding libraries in the rural areas so that we are able to encourage our people to read. We cannot claim to be literate. We cannot claim to be knowledgeable unless the population of the country does rise in terms of literacy. A literate society is a developed society. So we are debating a very important act of parliament, which I urge my colleagues to actually pass. Honorable Wanyama has made an indication that we will be making amendments to this. We will be studying that with him in the committee of the whole house. We give him the support he deserves so that we make this act as important as we can. Kenya is a country known world over for many, many attributes. Most of them are firsts, whether these are in cultural matters, some are in sports, some are in other spheres and avenues. Kenya is known for this. And documentation is limited, which is the reason we require this act to be put in place, to be passed by this house, so that we are able to look at our literacy through libraries. And libraries are not custodians of books only. Our arts, our culture is going to be stored in libraries. And this is why I'm proud to have the first one in Tharaka, because we are also known for our culture, which is vast. We are also known for our arts, including the carvings, which are also famous in Ukambani. We are very good in carvings and doing traditional weapons and water view. All this is worthy being placed in a library where future generations can actually get knowledge of how it used to be even then. Because we are not saying the only education that we should actually be emphasizing on is the Western education. We must also preserve the African education. Much of it is oral from time to time, from generation to generation. However, today we are able to document and record those oral histories into books, which books we can use, which books our future generation can use, and we do not lose what is African. Remember, since the colonialist came, we were made to believe that our culture was primitive. Everything we did was just primitive and they needed to be discarded with. Whether it was our music, no idea why they were saying our music was primitive. Whether it was our form of education, they were saying, sorry, that does not qualify to be called an education. Whether it was our culture, including our dress, and all that, they told us it was not worth keeping. But look at the Maasai who were able to resist this. Today, they are celebrated world over. You talk about Kenya, and people will tell you Kenya is known for two things, or three things. Let me be frank. The first one is it has excellent wildlife. That goes without gainsay. It has a culture that is preserved through the Maasai. And thirdly, we have sports. Great sportsmen, athletes, name them. They are found in the Republic of Kenya, And those are accolades to actually our chair, Departmental Committee on Culture and Sports, because he contributes immensely into that. If we do not document all this, what is going to happen to us? We will be lost. In the case Swahili, they say, if you lose your culture, you become a slave. So surely we do not want to become slaves to the rest of the world. Let us encourage the culture of having libraries. And especially now that these libraries are devolved, and we have county governments that are spread across the republic, let libraries go down even up to villages so that people are able to access books, people are able to access cultural practices, and everything else that is beneficial to us. This is a very important act of parliament. It has various provisions. I urge the members to go through, including the fact that it now takes over from the Kenya National Library Service Board. The board is now beginning to be integral part of the act, while the services will be rendered under this act. Those very many remarks, I beg to support.
The Honorable Eva Barra, followed by the Honorable Mbaka and the Honorable Dr.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Oundo.
Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also contribute to this debate. At onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the bill. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate my sister, Millie, for publishing a very interesting book, and I hope that you have given it an IBSN number so that you're able to promote it on the e-platform, preferably Amazon, so that that knowledge or information is shared across many, many upcoming women politicians, because I know that there are many who look up to you as a trainer of great repute. Congratulations once again. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that this bill is coming at this time, particularly when library services are almost collapsing in the country. We used to see across, there's one big concrete building here, the Kenya National Library Services, and we had them in Kisumu. I used to see one, but somehow they've all kind of disappeared. Mr. Speaker, this bill, as been presented by the chairman, is designed to enhance the governance and operations of the Kenya National Library Services. Mr. Speaker, there are very many positives in this bill, and I want to highlight some of them. Improved governance. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to establish a clearer governance structure at the Kenya National Library Services, potentially leading to more effective decision-making and management of the services. Mr. Speaker, we expect to have enhanced services when this bill comes into operation, and also that we will be able to promote literacy and learning. Mr. Speaker, the bill emphasizes the importance of literacy and information access, supporting national educational goals and promoting lifelong learning. Mr. Speaker, we are also looking at allocation of resources, and this may facilitate better allocation and funding to enable libraries to expand their collection and services and also spread throughout the sub-counties in the counties. Mr. Speaker, another positive is community engagement, and this bill encourages libraries to engage with local communities, fostering partnerships that can enhance educational and cultural initiatives. Mr. Speaker, I also have seen that there are possible challenges even as we look at implementing this bill or putting it into operation. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, one major challenge that I see is funding constraints. Mr. Speaker, implementation may require significant financial resources. which could be challenged given the budgetary constraints that we currently have, particularly in the counties. Mr. Speaker, there is also a possibility of bureaucratic challenges. Mr. Speaker, I know that we have set up governance structures that this we have to be careful because it could lead to additional bureaucracy, potentially slowing down decision-making processes and service delivery. And finally, on equity of access, Mr. Speaker, we must put at least mechanism of equity of access that not all communities may benefit equally on enhanced services, Mr. Speaker, particularly in rural areas and underserved areas where resources are limited. And this, Mr. Speaker, we must be deliberate about so that these services go across to almost all sub-counties. Let me put it, not almost, to all sub-counties so that people are able to benefit from the services. Mr. Speaker, once again, I support and thank you very much for the opportunity.
The lady, Honorable Mbaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. This bill has come to this House second time, and I have contributed it before. But still, the fact remains that a nation without a library is not a nation, because libraries are part and parcel of development. I want to recall the days when libraries used to be libraries in this country. At that time, I was a teacher and I was a principal of a school. Kenya National Library Services used to exist in all the provinces, and they used to be very well run, and they had very good books, and they served not only the community and the public, but also schools. They used to have mobile libraries as well, and they would go to schools and students would borrow books from there, and then they would come after 2 weeks, then come again to collect the books, and the students would borrow again and again. It was very powerful, it was well run. Even the CEO of the time was a close family friend, and he was very, very passionate about promoting libraries. Then somehow this collapsed for reasons not known to me, but libraries were well run at that time when we were teachers in the 80s and so on. But right now, people have gone digital, and people no longer care about reading because they can get what they want from the internet. As simple as that, something, summary of things. But a book that you want to read from cover to cover, to be a scholar, is in the library. You get good books there, and you can have reference materials, and you can read for so long. But today, people are not reading. People don't know how to read. People don't know what to do, but they just want entertainment. Entertainment is still very okay, but they will put more efforts in entertainment more than reading as a culture. So we are seeing young people growing up without reading, and a lot of them cannot read. I remember one time, a vice chancellor of one university, I don't want to mention his name, he said that university students don't know how to read. They are not reading, and they cannot even write application letters for jobs, job application. That was a vice chancellor lamenting at how our students cannot read. It means we have never promoted reading culture, or if we did, we are not actually putting more efforts to do so today, because people have access to information the way they want from the internet and all that. So we have lost so much. We need now to regain, to come back, to reinstitute these libraries and ensure that they are devolved at the county level. What we are seeing today, I am a woman representative for Siaya County, and I'm proud to say that have constructed 3 libraries in schools. And the demand is high, but what is a problem is getting the books, because even books are disappearing somehow. They are very expensive and they are not available. And so libraries are there, and if you don't watch out, they may end up being a white elephant, because people have their own libraries on their phones. They can get access to information the way they want, and they may not put a lot of investment in having national libraries or county level libraries or even family libraries or personal one. I have a personal library, very powerful, because I've several books, but I still don't have the time to read some of those books. So time to read becomes a big challenge today because of the many demands of our lives. We are so busy, we don't read, we don't encourage our children to read, and books are also very expensive today. Libraries are very important, and we need to promote that because of the very fact that we can reserve or we can protect knowledge of the past. I know that in the past we have a rich culture. That culture has never been preserved. In my community, we have great singers. We have the people who passed away, but they have left their music alive. People like Kabasele, people like George Misiani. These are musicians who are thought about up to today, but we have no history about them. The music is there, but it's just here and there, but there's no documentation put together that generation upon generation will have access to. So it is important that as we think about improving our libraries, we need to go beyond just constructing buildings and say this is a library. What is inside that library is what matters today. Even if it's an old structure, let it be improved, but we need to put all manner of information that people require today. There are so many scholars who are looking for books for which are no longer there. Books are not being published, or if they are, we cannot get the ones we need at some time. You have to make references to them, you have to borrow them from other countries. I remember even when I was a student in UK, I was doing my thesis, and I needed a reference to a certain book where my supervisor insisted I must read. It was not available in that university. It had to be borrowed from another country in the nearby, and it had to take 2 weeks to arrive. So books are disappearing as well. So we need publishers. We need people who can write. So Millie Odhiambo has done a great thing. She has published a book. It's a way to do. I have published poetry. I'm a poet. It's only that you don't know, but I am a great poet, and I have a whole book of poetry that I have written, only that I've never shared it with so many people, but they are published worldwide. So I think we need to encourage reading culture and writing culture. Writing we are losing it. People are creative out there. In this country, we have every year schools that have music festivals, drama festivals. This is celebrated in this country year by year. Students travel all the way to come to Nairobi to contest and to sing and then end up with their music and songs not recorded, not preserved. For years we have had this. So we need to begin to assemble the resources that we have that will become part of our culture, that are preserved in the libraries that we are constructing today. So I think that so much should take place, and we need to improve the way we store information. In the Kenya National Library, if I still recall, was a huge section of children's reading library, a section for children, ECD, fantastic books, very nice music for children, very nice cartoon books for children, very nice little stories, folk tales, and so on for children. These are no longer there. And this is what we need to preserve. We need to get them. We need to have our children read them, get used to them, and know that there's power in the reading. And so I support this bill because it's promoting education, it's promoting information and documentation of our culture that are part and parcel of who we are in this country. Otherwise, I think this is all I have to say for this, for now, but there's more to say about libraries in this country. We need to improve them, we need to work around them, we need to publish books to store there, and we need to collect our cultural artifacts and save them in this library for future reference. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I support this bill.
The MP for Funyula, followed by the MP for Lamu East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the Kenya National Library Bill, Bill number 20, the National Assembly Bill number 20. Honorable Speaker, I just also want to put on record, because I sat in the 12th Parliament, we discussed, processed this bill to its logical conclusion in the National Assembly. It was transferred or commuted to Senate, and all along I thought it was passed and assented, and it became an act of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, this again shows the challenges we are having between the National Assembly and the Senate. Having to redo this thing afresh again is a terrible waste of public resources and public time. And I do believe, hopefully, with the comradeship that there is between our Speaker and the Speaker of Senate, we'll be able to expedite and sort out these issues at hand. Honorable Speaker, let me confess, the first time I went to a library was when I came to Sarehe Boys Center School as a Form 1, and that was 1986. That's when I first met a library. We're not of yesterday. That's when I met a library. Yes, we would have books in classroom given by the government then, but now to have a library where books were arranged in a line and in shelves, that was the first time. And since then, Honorable Speaker, I fell in love with books. And if there's anything I like doing whenever time allows, is to read. And if there's anything I commit all the time to do, is always to read. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, again, when we went to universities, obviously the University of Nairobi, the others were small colleges then, we had libraries, Jomo Kenyatta Library, Memorial Library, plus the college libraries. All that I'm trying to say, Honorable Speaker, is that libraries are repository of information. They're the source of knowledge. They provide everything. However, Honorable Speaker, again, when we bring our children, the National Library here in Upper Hill became an easy outing. If you are committed, you are going to work on Saturday or during school holidays, you drop them in the library, pay 20 shillings by then, let them go and study, while you would go do other things. Honorable Speaker, even when we were doing our thesis, we would go to various libraries here. Macmillan Library was very good because it had some old literature that you could build your literature review over a period of time. Honestly, Honorable Speaker, the drafters of the new Constitution of 2010 had very noble ideas, but I still believe that they overloaded the counties without giving them adequate capacity, adequate political goodwill to enable them run these activities. Honorable Speaker, I know as part of the conditional grant for the last 2 to 3 financial year, the money that was reserved for National Library, some of it was taken to the counties. And of course, everybody will wonder, what has the counties done with that money? I also want to join my colleagues and tell the Kenyans, it is good to read because knowledge becomes stale over time. Whatever knowledge you earned in 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, or even as late as during Corona, so many new developments have come up. You need to refresh yourself. So that's why we need to encourage the art of reading. And how do we encourage the art of reading? Is to have books to have a central place where somebody can go sit down, read, or even so-called borrow a book, read and return it in exchange of another. When we were growing up, Honorable Speaker, we had a series of storybooks or fiction books. And fiction books expand your imagination. They push your thinking to the horizon, that things can happen that really cannot happen. And it's also good, improves vocabulary and diversity of language. Honorable Speaker, as we stand here today, it would seem so many things are changing. And I also want to echo what my colleagues have said and what my minority whip has said. Some of us are still stuck in the traditional days. I'm unable to proofread, I'm unable to read any document in soft copy. I prefer to have the hard copy so that I can read and feel, and cross-reference, it's far much better. But we must be alive to the fact that things have changed. With the virtual libraries, we literally all document, all books we require being found online. The question we need to keep on asking, do we still need physical buildings that we used to refer to as libraries? Do we need, even when we have libraries, do we need to have physical texts in those libraries, or do we need simply have a mainframe or a computer or a screen where somebody can simply access and read books? Honorable Speaker, I was having a discussion with one young guy who is currently doing his master's degree, and he was telling me somewhere that you can subscribe even an e-book for several days. Once that period elapses, then the book disappears. And it sets aside a way that you cannot download it. You cannot even screenshot. That's the kind of thinking we need to go towards. So I hope now the new body, the new services being proposed here, will be a service that will embrace this new technology. And Honorable Speaker, we are also having so many community libraries, so many private libraries emerge all over. Personally, I have a fairly rich collection of books spanning very many generations, very many subjects in my house library. So whenever I'm stressed or something like that, I like just look at them and my stress evaporates. So Honorable Speaker, as I have said, we had gone through this bill, we had made amendments. Some of the amendments that were proposed had been carried, others have not been carried. And one more point that, Honorable Speaker, those who were around 1980s, after the 1982 coup, there was massive crackdown on dissidents and people who needed progressive change. And those people wrote very many wonderful documents, wonderful books, wonderful journals, wonderful newspapers. I would want to encourage the Kenya National Library Service, now that we have a transformed society, a society that is fairly accommodative, can we get these documents, these pamphlets, and preserve them for historical purposes? We remember Mwakenya. Not the Mwakenya now is a common practice here in the universities. You remember the writings by Mandawiro, Gitobi, Manyora, and the rest that literally opened up our mind towards intimidation and oppressive leadership that it was then. So therefore, we must, this Kenya National Library must document our history. And the history is cumulative. It's not just the history of migration, history of colonialism, but progressive history. Things that made changes in this country. Honorable Speaker, going through this bill has quite a number of progressive provisions, and I want to draw attention of the chair, I hope he's still around or is to be unanswered, that clause 6 on the issue of appointment of members of the board. Under 1G, it talks about 2 persons nominated by the Council of Governors and 1 person appointed by the Cabinet Secretary. We would request, will demand, in part of our amendments, that must be done through a competitive recruitment process. Honorable Speaker, I would also suggest at the opportune time at the Committee of the Whole House that, Honorable Speaker, all public institutions that have got libraries, or some permanent institutions that have got libraries, or private individuals that have got libraries that are accessed by the public, they must be members of the Kenya Library Services. That as part of your display of your certification, you must display a certificate to indicate that whatever you have it meets the standard set out in Schedule what? Let me check. Chair, in the 3rd schedule. In that way, Honorable Speaker, we will be able to keep track quality and the kind of material that are being exposed.
I had given the opportunity to Madam Rueda.
Asante Bwana Speaker.
By the Honorable Chepkonga and Madam Omanyo. Progressively, we go like that.
Asante Bwana Speaker kunipatia nafasi nami nichangie kwenye mswada huu wa maktaba ya kitaifa. Mwanzo nipongeze kamati kupitia mwenyekiti wake Mheshimiwa Wanyama. Amefanya jambo la maana kwa sababu hii sheria ilikuwa iko kabla ya ugatuzi. Sasa kulikuwa na haja kubwa ya kuweka sheria hii kulinganisha hii sheria after 2010 mambo ya ugatuzi. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa ni muhimu sana afanye hivi. Hapa katika sheria inasema mambo ya kuwa na haya maktaba angalau kwa county headquarter. Lakini kuna kaunti zingine kama Lamu hakuna hata hiyo maktaba moja. Hakuna. Ningependa hii kamati pia izingatie katika hii sheria ikitungwa kuna kaunti zingine zisiachwe nyuma ambazo hazina hata kaunti moja. Ilipoenda kwa Lamu ilipokuja ugatuzi kulikuwa hakuna maktaba. So kuna kaunti nyingi kama Lamu hakuna maktaba na hata sheria hizi zikitungwa sisi kule kwetu watu wanaona anatungiwa nani, sisi kwetu hatuna. Pia ningependa kujuza kamati wajue kwamba wenzangu wamesema na mimi pia niseme teknolojia imesonga sana na kuna hizi ICT hub ambazo rais amesema kila wodi zitengezwe. Kwa nini tusichukue hii nafasi, sheria hii iwe ni kila ward katika hiyo maktaba, tutengeze library hiyo maktaba ambayo itatumia teknolojia, ambapo itakuwa ni rahisi kuliko kwenda kujenga kwa kila ward au kwa kila eneo bunge au kwa kila county. Tunaweza kutumia rasilimali hizo ambazo ziko ili tuweze nayo kukua pia ni maktaba na watu watapata kusoma. Kama tulivyoambiwa na wabunge wenzangu, watu siku hizi ni mambo ya digital. Pia hapo nyuma tumekosa. Sasa hii kwenda mbele tutazungumzia at least twende kwa upande wa hiyo teknolojia, lakini kukosekana kwa maktaba inaregesha nyuma sehemu sana. Kama sisi Lamu kaunti nzima hakuna maktaba, imesababisha paka watu wanaandika vitu ambazo pengine hazikuwa si za ukweli. Kama Lamu kuna mambo ya historia mengi ambayo kama sahihi kule Shanga kuna msikiti una kibla mbili. Kibla moja ikielekea Masjid Aqsa, ambapo ni historia kubwa hiyo hapo, inamaanisha ni karne na karne. Lakini katika history hakuna vitu kama hivyo. Saa nyingine hata watu wanatuuliza, nyinyi kwenu hata si Kenya mlikuja kutoka wapi? Na ikiwa kwamba inamaanisha Uislamu ulikuwa hapo kabla hata Kenya labda ikuwe tayari. Kijiji kimeonesha Waislamu wakati wa kiswali mwanzo kabla waelekee Maka walikuwa kielekea Aqsa. Kwa hivyo kunao msikiti kule. Kukosekana na hizi maktaba ndio zinasababisha kukosekana na hizo kumbukumbu. Zingekuwa kumbukumbu tungejua tunapotoka. Maana sahihi hata tukisema sisi wengine tufanye DNA, sijui tutapatikana ni wapi, lakini ona sisi labda ndio tutakuwa Kenya wa zaidi kushinda wengine, kwa sababu tukiona zile wazazi wetu wametoka pale ni karne na karne na karne. Kwa hivyo kulikuwa na haja sana, lakini pia kwa sasa tutaweza county au national government wakachukua hilo jukumu. Pia kwa historia sisi tunataka kujua, maana yake kwa sababu inashangaza, ni mambo haingiliki akilini. Kabila zote zikioana haitoki kabila ingine, isipokuwa Mbajuni history yake imeambiwa ni kwamba ati ni Mijikenda na Waarabu walioana ndio wakazaliwa Mbajuni, na ambapo utaona Mkikuyu akioana na Mkamba haizaliwi kabila ingine, akiona Mwarabu na wengine haizaliwi, isipokuwa kwa Wabajuni imekuwa ati Mbajuni Mijikenda alipoolewa na Mwarabu alipokuja ndio ikapatikana Mbajuni. Inashangaza. Hizi history lazima zijulikane, na hizi history zingekuwa zimejulikana, ingekuwa ziko kwenye hizi hifadhi za maktaba zetu, ingelikuwa ni rahisi kujua mambo kama hayo. County ina jukumu, lakini national government yataka isukume, hata kama ni upande wa policy iwe zinawekwa na national government. Enyewe hii kamati ina kazi ngumu zaidi, kwa vile imezungumzia hii bili ni ya kamati ya michezo na haya makavazi. Nataka pia nichukue nafasi hii nizungumzie, waangalie mambo ya maktaba na mambo pia ya makavazi yaliyoko kwa Kenya yetu, ambayo ni kivivutio vya utalii na watu wafaidike. Sehemu kama Lamu kuna makavazi mengi na kuna sheria nyingi zimewekwa zinamgandamiza mwananchi anaishi Lamu. Kwa mfano nizungumzie Lamu Town. Lamu Town mbele pale kujenga pale kwa bahari, karibu na bahari, kuna sheria huwezi kujenga gorofa zaidi ya gorofa 3. Lakini utaona mtu amegandamizwa hivyo, sheria ziko na lazima utumie utamaduni huu kwa sababu ya makavazi na kwa sababu historical site hizo, lakini hana faida anayopata. Ningeomba hii kamati, chairman hayuko hapa, mwenyekiti, lakini wazingatie pia mambo kama hayo mengine, kwamba ile sehemu kama ile wapate fidia fulani ili wazidi kuhifadhi na kuweka kumbukumbu nzuri. Manake hizi maktaba ni kumbukumbu na zimewekwa kwa county kwa sababu ni museum, na hizo museum zenyewe hazishughulikiwi. Hata hizo kumbukumbu ukiangalia, kama ukienda Lamu Fort, hakuna kumbukumbu ya library ya kisawasawa ambayo mtu ataweza aende akasome ajue. Ni ile library yao wenyewe, kumbukumbu yao ndogo ya kukueleza hichi kitu hiki kimetoka wapi, hichi kitu hichi kimetoka wapi. So naona ni mwanzo mzuri, tunasupport kamati, lakini ina kazi nyingi ya kufanya. Wahusishe mambo yote haya tuliyosema. Asante Bwana Spika.
Mheshimiwa Chepkonga, uko na fursa sasa ya kuchangia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of course you know what my very good friend Honorable Ruwaida, the language that she uses. You can be sure if I make that attempt, I'll be confused quarter way. So I'm better staying on the safe and well-trodden road, which is speaking in English. The one from Lamu, Mr. Speaker, is a little bit tricky, and it is murky for me. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill, the Kenya National Library Services Bill 2023. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a very progressive bill that will help this country in terms of research. Mr. Speaker, the libraries that have been constructed generally across the country, both by the county governments, the national government, and schools, in particular secondary schools, there has not been a body that coordinates the standards of these libraries. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides a framework within which these libraries are regulated so that we can have some sort of seamless standards across the country. We do not want to have a standalone library that you do not know what sort of books will be found in those libraries. As you know, Mr. Speaker, for a country to progress, there must be research institutions. And research institutions which are not supported by well-equipped libraries, Mr. Speaker, will not develop as a country. You know, even if you want to come up with a new idea, you must know the ideas that have been formulated in the past. Mr. Speaker, when I was doing my LLM, I was doing my research, we were told that you must come up with a new area that has not been investigated upon. And the only place you can find whether there's a new area that has not been investigated is to go to a library and find out what research has been undertaken by people that have gone before you, so that you do not repeat what someone else has done. The second thing that it does, Mr. Speaker, is that it will discourage what we call, people xeroxing or copying other people. Where people steal other people's theses, dissertations. Those dissertations are kept well so that we know in this particular area, people have researched on it. And so you do not need to waste your time trying to research on a matter that has been well researched. And you can only find that in a well-equipped library, in a library that is well organized. And so this bill provides a framework within which these libraries will be organized. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, that this bill seeks to do is to distinguish the functions of the Kenya National Library from all other libraries. You can imagine, Mr. Speaker, we do not know which is, Honorable Mili would know this, and Honorable Kipchumba. In law, we have something called the Grun norm. The Grun norm is like the Constitution. That is the Grun norm of this country. Now, the Grun norm for the libraries is the Kenya National Library. Mr. Speaker, as I said, you cannot develop without research. And research can only be as good as the library that that country has. I have visited a number of countries, and the last time when I was a commissioner with Parliamentary Service Commission, we visited Arkansas. When we went to Arkansas, we visited the Bill Clinton Library. Every president, I'm told, of the US has a library. So what we are seeking to do, Mr. Speaker, is also to borrow from the first world, where they have also very good libraries, where you can go, you go to Georgia, you will find the Jimmy Carter Library. You go to Illinois, you will find the Barack Obama Library. And those libraries I found very Arkansas. If you say Arkansas, they tell you, no, it is wrong. It is pronounced Arkansas. So don't think, Mr. Speaker, that I am pretending to be speaking like an American. It is just that there is a law which was passed on the pronunciation of that particular city. And I found that the vehicle that was used by Bill Clinton when he was the president of the United States of America is in the library of Bill Clinton, the armored vehicle. In fact, when you leave as the American president, you leave with your vehicle and you take it to your library. It becomes part of the library of Bill Clinton. So, Mr. Speaker, there are very important functions that take place in libraries. And we want to encourage even presidents who retire in this country. We want to see the Uhuru Kenyatta Library, the Mwai Kibaki Library, the Daniel Moi Library. Don't start foundations. Foundations do not help anything. You are just reproducing our CDF, Mr. Speaker. We already have institutions that help in terms of giving bursaries to the less fortunate in the society. We want something that is distinctive, that distinguishes you from all other persons, so that we know you have written a book, you have books there, and you have good books where we can go there and we will say we have gone to Daniel Arap Moi library to do our research. You know, then we know that we are advancing as a country. But just to have foundations, when you die, those foundations also collapse. You know, like the Moi Foundation. Mr. Speaker, it no longer exists, although it exists by name, but it has become moribund. But if it was a library, we would talk about the Daniel Arap Moi library. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because it provides for an enabling framework within which people can come up with libraries and they can be regulated. You can borrow from the best libraries across the world. You can study them, like we do study tours. When we come here for the first time as members of parliament, we go on learning tours. So those are the things, Mr. Speaker, we need to learn from. And I like this, Mr. Speaker, that this bill contains in the third schedule the Kenya Library Association guidelines. These are very important guidelines, Mr. Speaker, that will be developed as a result of the passage of this bill. And as you know, I'm the chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs. I will be very keen to look at these guidelines, how it is going to fit into this statute that has been passed, so that we can be able to operationalize this particular legislation. And we want to tell all those regulatory making bodies that they should not make regulations, give guidelines that which they do not bring them to this house. Like, for instance, today, Mr. Speaker, we were complaining about the Kenya Roads Board and KERA, who came up with guidelines, came up with rules. Those rules under the Statutory Instruments Act are supposed to have been brought to this house. In fact, people are struggling and saying, oh, they should not take that money to which account. Mr. Speaker, the question of budgeting is contained in Article 95 of the Constitution. Even courts themselves have no business purporting to say this money will move from the national government to the county government. They cannot take our role. The only institution which is mandated under the Constitution to budget is this house. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that I see there's going to be a budget line, and we will give this library so that it can be well equipped for purposes of research. And so I support, and I want to thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Omanya, and then followed by the MP for Marakwet West, and then Honorable John Gitonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I happen to be one of the members in that committee, Sports Committee, chaired by Honorable Dan Wanyama. And this idea of having libraries devolved is among the best thing since sliced bread. Because some of us who were raised in the remote areas, the rural areas, it was evident that even owning a textbook was only left for the haves. And those who have not depended on the blackboard, the notes that the teacher will put on the blackboard is what we would copy and go home to read. So we want these libraries not to be at the center of the county. I'm looking at the stretch that I serve as a women rep of Busia County. If you go to Budalangi, a student or a pupil who is thirsty to read and wants to read, who cannot afford $1 a day, 100 shillings a day, fare alone, coming from a place like Buluani in Budalangi, to just go and read in Busia town, it will be a challenge. Maybe as a pupil or a student from a place in Teso North called Idomor, where, how do they even start? We need to have a motivating factor that when these libraries are finally put in place, they should go closer to the community. They should be put in the sub-counties where people can walk, because we are used to walking anyway. And also, libraries are very good, because for those who do not or cannot afford internet, they can't afford bundles. Just knowing that they have a library they can go to read, and they know it is free, it will really up their thinking, and we will be bringing up people who can think for our nation, so we can stop being described as third world nation. And it will be easy also for these students to search for implied meaning, like something that they can understand, because with a textbook, if you didn't have internet or bundles, you can read from the introduction of the topic, and then it unfolds to the body, to the conclusion. So accessibility is paramount, because bringing the libraries and putting them at the center of the county is like bringing them for cockroaches and rats to feast on the books, because we'll have very few people who will be accessing a library that is far away from everybody else. And when we bring such a resource closer to the community, it means that even those people or children who come from very poor families, from the low books, and they have notes, also access to. So a student from a village like Kosera in Teso South is reading what a student from Nairobi Academy, here in Nairobi, is also reading. So that way, knowledge will be like well spread, and it can be easier for every child, even in the rural setup, to come up with some creativity to bring forth a solution within our many issues or problems. And then also, we assume that everybody else can afford Android phones and can Google and get information easily. Some people have those phones, but they have never used, maybe afforded to have enough bundles to access information. So with these libraries, I think we will have more people that can be knowledgeable, and when people are not illiterate, then we start talking of literacy, which means it is easier to reason with somebody with knowledge than reasoning with somebody with little or limited knowledge. We have so many problems in Africa today where badly cultured people have been raised because they never had access to reading some of these things like SDGs. That's why you can easily hear a man calling a woman a prostitute, forgetting that it is also her mother who dared to be called a prostitute, to have given birth to her. So with libraries around, we will have more civilized people, well-cultured, people who can see each other as important and not thinking others are half citizens to them, or maybe others are lower. So I think this devolved way of bringing this resource, a library, closer to the people is well, like long overdue. We should have it immediately if we want to talk about development, and literacy level should go even much higher, because where Kenya is since independence, we are old now. Because once you are above 60, you are a senior citizen. So Kenya should be among the nations in Africa or the world that has really eaten good years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable MP for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving an opportunity to contribute on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I thank the committee led by Dan Wanyama for this bill that will be able now to have to set up a legislation that will be able to run national library services in this country. Honorable Speaker, under the fourth schedule of the Constitution of Kenya, Part 4, Part 2, Paragraph 4F, it is very clear that library services is a devolved function. But, Honorable Speaker, this bill has gone further to define what is a national library and what is a public library. Honorable Speaker, under the section on definition, it has defined a public library to mean a library established, maintained, and managed by a county, non-governmental organization, community, or private person which is open to members of the public. So, Honorable Speaker, it is clear now, because there was no distinction, because when the Constitution said that libraries is a devolved function, there was no clear definition as to what constitutes a national library and a public library. But now this legislation has been able to have a clear cut as to what falls within which category. Honorable Speaker, this is a very, very important legislation, because libraries in this country have been run in an haphazard manner. The current legislation operating is what you call Cap 225, the Kenya National Services Board. So, Honorable Speaker, this now legislation will give a clear guideline on how national libraries will be able to be managed in this country. Honorable Speaker, so in effect, this law will now be able to repeal Cap 225. The last time the Cap 225, remember, Cap 225 was enacted in 1965, was amended in 1967, and finally in 2007. Meaning that when you pass the Constitution of 2010, that act has not been amended to reflect devolution under the 2010 Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the other challenge that we have is that we have a bill, the County Library Service Bill, which is now pending before the Senate. So even Senate has to fast track, because as we speak, we do not have a uniform legislation governing the running of devolved libraries in this country, because that bill is still pending before the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I've done the statistics. Only 33 counties in this country have public libraries, meaning we have 14 counties in this country that do not have a public library. That is a challenge that county government should take up, because that is a devolved function and they should be able to set up those libraries. Honorable Speaker, I have read the report of the committee. We must carefully look for a way to address the conflict, because ideally, if you look at this, if you read the Constitution critically and purposively, you will realize that actually this function is devolved. It is just that we are trying to find a way to be able to take care of the national libraries. But ideally, these national libraries, actually libraries is devolved. So we must find a way of resolving a conflict in case there is a question as to interpretation. Remember, Honorable Speaker, under Article 191 of the Constitution, it says when a function is devolved, and there is a conflict as to which legislation is superior, then if that function is devolved, then the county law takes precedence over the national law if that function is devolved. So we must find a way of resolving a conflict if it arises. So, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill, and as I sit down, I wish to thank the Honorable Millie Mabona for the wonderful book that she has written, Rig or Be Rigged, and she goes into the memories of this country, just like the renowned Chinua Achebe. Honorable Speaker, there is something good in writing a book. Even myself, when I retire, I must capture what I've learned in this parliament through a book. So, Honorable Speaker, today we quote Chinua Achebe, especially in his book, Things Fall Apart, just like he still lives. So I believe in future we'll be able to quote Millie Mabona because she will live in her book. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The MP for Manyata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise, Honorable Speaker, to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, in cognizant of a very important role that libraries play in the world, Honorable Speaker, I really commend the drafter, Honorable Speaker, and the committee for a well thought of bill that will see a new breath of life to the Kenya National Library Services. Honorable Speaker, with good governance that is going to be improved, and of course, Honorable Speaker, the ensurance that we go all the way down to the sub-county levels in terms of ensuring that library services are getting into the devolved functions. Honorable Speaker, as I read the bill, it's good to realize that one of the things that I would like amended is matters of qualifications of the board members. Honorable Speaker, I find it very discriminative that the chairperson must have 10 years of experience in senior level, Honorable Speaker. That locks out many of our young people that have got this chance to become board members. And also, interestingly, Honorable Speaker, for you to become a member, you have got to have 5 years of experience, Honorable Speaker, in management position. That is a very bad precedent in terms of, Honorable Speaker, what has been real in this country in terms of the joblessness and chances for our young people. And I wonder, Honorable Speaker, why we are normally obsessed with the years of experience other than the quality of experience, Honorable Speaker. I believe many of the young members and many members here got a chance to be members of parliament without prior experience. And Honorable Speaker, yes, it improves on matters to do with leadership and solution solving issues, but I believe it is not fair to put it in the law that such things are supposed to be checked. Honorable Speaker, we will be checking, and I hope it gets into hazard that we need to check on such issues. Honorable Speaker, I interact a lot with the library, the government library in Embu, my constituency, Honorable Speaker, and they have come to visit me very many times. And one of their key issues is lack of funding and lack of actually funding to work. They lack even money for fuel, Honorable Speaker. While we are talking about ensuring that our national libraries work, it is important that the budget line that is given, Honorable Speaker, is not only in papers, but also becomes, we are going to have a country of people who are not thinkers, and even, Honorable Speaker, people who are not writers. It is said, Honorable Speaker, that a reader lives 1,000 lives before he dies. I really have sat down, Honorable Speaker, many times and thought about how this country can change if many of our young people, many of our people leave the social media spaces and the social media obsession, Honorable Speaker, and embrace reading. And Honorable Speaker, it is through reading that we can also get writers. You cannot write if you don't read. And Honorable Speaker, I attended a very extravagant launch of a book by Millie Odhiambo
rig or get rigged. And Honorable Speaker, I got very much inspired that there is a need to write stories, there is a need to actually...
Yes, what's your hang on a minute. What's your point of order, Honorable Chepkonga? Proceed, give him the mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not my ordinary business generally to interrupt good friends like the Honorable Mukunji. And particularly, you know, he calls himself AKA mwenye kuchituma. You know, somebody who sends himself, Mr. Speaker, we must respect. But because of the rules of this House, which goes beyond respect, Mr. Speaker, it behoves me to inform you, Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, standing order 35, that I see that we do not have a quorum in this House.
Fair enough. I do agree with you that we do not have... Order, Honorable MP for Manyata. We don't have quorum. Can you ring the quorum bell, please? Order the Honorable Millie Odhiambo when the... Oh, she's a whip. Proceed. 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 Stop the bell. We have reached the 10 minutes. Honorable members, there being no quorum, I want to tell the Honorable Mukunji MP for Manyata that you still have 6 minutes when this debate comes up next week, sometime next week. Honorable members, the time being 7:01 and 38 seconds. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 15th of October, the year 2024 at 2:30 p.m.